did you receive any injuries in your last fight?
Not as far as I remember.
So yeah, I think you're probably sitting out in a typical hospital hallway, on a chair bench somewhere waiting. Um, maybe somewhat aggravated and frustrated, like it's been a couple hours. There've been some people in surgery, and they fortunately got out of surgery, and you were informed about like maybe an hour ago that everybody made it out okay. And I think Signal is probably next to you. Signal, you received some damage, right?
Yes. I could probably be repairing that while I sit there.
Yeah, yeah. So go ahead and do a repair check because unfortunately, you're not a priority for the medical staff here. I think you're probably.
I gotta pop my character sheet out.
I could be assisting him with the
Yeah, so I
repair,
think
right?
like maybe that's how you're passing some of the time, Chen. Signal's waiting with you next to the bench, and maybe you're helping him fix himself. Yeah, so I think the first person to wake up, I mean, like, Roddick never really actually passed out. Roddick was just very badly injured. First off, Roddick, you were shot, like, pretty severely. What was your health points at?
I was at 6.
Out of how
like
many?
43, I think it's
Wow.
the total.
Yeah, you were very close to death. I think you had like nurses and doctors all around you, and it was kind of touch and go for a while, but like you were really strong the entire way, and you gripped your fists and you just kind of powered through it. Yeah, you never lost consciousness, and they only had to do some minor surgery to kind of get you fixed up, and you've been recovering for the last hour. And I think, Roddick, you come out of the room nearby Chen. I think you're super stiff. You've got your armor on, I think. It's got like partly cleaned blood smears. You've got bandages beneath it, like adhesive bandages, like that are supposed to seal. And yeah, Roddick comes out from this nearby room, stiff and kind of groaning, but you walk out under your own power. I think maybe to the supreme displeasure of the nurse. You have regained 13 hit points.
Total
Plus,
or on top of the 6 I had?
You have regained. So on top of your 6, 13 plus, I think that's probably it for now. It's only been 2 hours.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah. So you're the walking wounded, but you're fine. And Roddick, you walk out. You see Chen there with Signal.
Oh. Actually, I regained consciousness automatically after 1 minute, or after 10 minutes. I never rolled that check in the session.
Oh, that's good.
Roddick's going to step out and immediately look to Chen and say, "Command really foobarred sending us to that person, didn't they?" And is gonna kind of limp towards him and kind of glance at his helmet display and say, "I wonder if we could still make the meeting."
Yeah, I think you walk out and you're preoccupied with thoughts about making the meeting. And Chen, I think when he references getting sent to that person, you look over to the room right next to Roddick's and you see that there is a DSF guard standing outside, and another one standing inside. And inside is the form of the I think maybe still on. Let me get. I guess we're gonna need another roll here. Wait, it might actually be 8 hours. Let me look this up real quick. I know how much health you regained, but I think you might still actually be unconscious, Bunko.
I think regaining any amount of health ends the consciousness.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm just double checking on the falling unconscious thing. If the check fails, you remain unconscious for 1 hour and attempt another. Make another every hour. Receives any healing. Yep. All right. So, you know, this as of yet unidentified shapeshifter is currently like handcuffed to a medical bed in the next room. As of yet unidentified shapeshifter, you have regained quite a bit of hit points. You regained. Let's see here. He had a skill. You regained 22 hit points.
Alright.
Yeah, you fortunately had like a very, very skilled surgeon. I think they put their best guy on you because you got shot in the head. I don't think you've really talked to this person yet. Like this person has just gotten out of like been moved out of the ICU and is in a room kind of waiting. And Rayla, you regained consciousness. Like sometime during the surgery, but fortunately you were sedated. You regained. How many hit points did I tell you, Roddick?
You originally
13.
told me. Yeah, 13. Yep.
Okay, you regained 12.
All right.
Rayla.
Additionally to what I have now, or did I?
No,
retcon
I
that?
was talking to Rayla.
Okay.
And yeah, Rayla, I think you get like a chirp on your data pad, Chen, informing you that your I guess your companion, Rayla Farseeker, is now suited for visitors down the hall.
I think Roddick's going to definitely turn to go in and visit Rayla.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and go ahead and follow Rod again.
Guess I turn along behind.
Okay. How are you looking now, Signal?
After 2 hours, it'd be 22 of 24.
Nice. So there's scorch marks, but you're functional.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys walk and wheel into a room, just maybe like 3 or 4 rooms down the hall. This is normally a pretty private wing of the hospital, but you know, since there's I think there was some brief but fairly heated discussion between you, Chen, and Narsh.
It makes a little bit of difference. I gained consciousness after basically 1 minute of falling down because I checked for the initial con check and gained 2 hit points. Could I immediately activate second wind at that point to gain 1/4 of my hit points?
Yeah.
Makes a difference in my current total hit points.
How often can you use second wind?
Once a day.
All right. That's something everybody can do, right? Everybody can use the second wind once per day.
Yeah, but I think they had to be below half their hit points to activate it. Maybe it's a quarter. I'd have to look.
No,
So, kind of as the details, how exactly does second wind work? 'Cause that would be awesome if I can do it.
A second wind.
I think it's if you're below half, you get back a quarter.
I know you get back a quarter of your hit points. I'm just not sure what the activation point is.
Second wind. If you are reduced to 1/2 your maximum hit points or less, you can catch a second wind as a swift action. Heals 1/4 of your full hit points, rounded down, or a number of hit points equal to your Constitution score, whichever is greater. You can only
that
do
in
this once per day.
Yep.
Since
Yeah.
You can do it. Oh wow, that's awesome.
You can only do it once per day, though.
I would have totally used that in the chase. I didn't realize. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, I
That's
forgot about
You
it
can
too.
use it once per day, and there's a talent that gives you another use, and there's a feat that gives you another use too. But not more than 1 per encounter, I think.
Anyway, everybody's waking up. So
Victor,
I'm
if
adding
you want to add that, you probably could have had that before.
Rounded up or rounded down?
Rounded down.
Yeah, I think everything rounds
Sounds
down.
good. Now I'm at 29. Sweet.
All right. So yeah, you guys walk in and you see Rayla. Her face is a little gaunt. I think she's got a bruise on her cheek. She looks rather not good, although she's on the mend,
I'm at 20
She's
of
sitting
24
up.
hit points.
sitting up in the bed.
Don't sweat
Hey,
it.
Roddick, how's it going?
We'll track him down. Don't sweat it. You did your best, and I'm gonna kind of give Rayla props for actually chasing after the guy, even though she got shot. She did her duty, regardless of win or lose. So
She got a good shot on him before he got away.
you can tell there's definite respect points in Roddick's voice.
I think he barely got away. He was bleeding pretty heavily, but
Well,
regardless, we will still want to do that job over on, oh crap, where was it? I don't know where it was now.
Vendexa.
Over on Vendexa. We're already late.
you think you can make it? I've seen you pull off some pretty high speeds.
I don't know.
This time you'd be
With
doing
the
it for
ship
the
we
legal
got,
side.
It'll take 2 days to get there.
Does this game have course trimming?
I have no clue.
No.
That face.
I don't think so. Yeah, I think you could technically try it, Foster. But I would be
It would
I
be
would
dangerous.
be I would be GMing rules, and it would be up to you to accept them.
For what it's worth, Roddick would totally authorize this if you asked him, I'm sure. Chance to make it on time. I don't know what Jin would say about it, but
Depending on how long the meeting is, we might still get there. We just won't get there before the meeting starts.
I think one of the DSF officers walks in and specifically goes to you, Chen, and says, "Sir, she's awake. She's insistent. She be released. She wants to speak with you." He looks like he's just been harried by like his mother or something. Like he looks like very off-put.
Roddick's going to turn, take out his stun
I'm gonna
cuffs, and say
say-
that
Who's awake and why should I care?
You know he's referring to the prisoner.
Roddick is going to
The shapeshifter, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roddick's going to turn, take out his stun cuffs,
And
say that
you arrested this person, so it's your prisoner. The DSF has been kind enough to actually keep watch over this person while you were not there. Despite your tenuous relationships with them, like this guy is actually doing you a favor.
Okay.
Roddick's going to turn to Jin and say, I say we throw her in the brig, dump her at the first prison planet we run into. She jeopardized the entire operation, and apparently it's stole property that itself was probably already stolen. And he's just going to cross his arms and shake his head and say, what a mess.
I'm gonna say my way hasn't been working out, so I think we're gonna do it your way from here on out.
Roddick turns and says, you make some good points though, Jin. You've done your best. I'm just gonna kind of give him a little bit of props. I've seen you pull off some brave moves, and that counts a lot in Roddick's eyes, you can tell. So
Well,
He's,
my best doesn't count for much when our commander is sending us to find contacts that are trying to get us killed. I'm just eager to get off this planet.
Roddick's gonna turn to the guard and say, appreciate your help in this matter, and I'm just gonna take my stun cuffs out and kind of motion, I guess, Jin to go with me, and turn back to Rayla and say, hope you're feeling up to flying soon. And I'm gonna say, again, good job, kid.
Give me a
And
couple
then I'm
hours
gonna-
rest and I should be fine.
Then I'm gonna turn and head out with Jin to the prisoner.
I mean, we still don't know like who this prisoner is, or
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I think
So it sounds like they're getting ready to leave. You see Roddick already up and about. Rayla, are you wanting to stay in bed, or are you gonna get up?
I'll get up. Is there any kind of like persistent thing for the execution track, or is it just as easy to get back up as it was like it's out of combat?
Fortunately for you, you also succeeded on your surgery checks, which remove your conditions, so you're fine.
Okay. Is it normally persistent when you go down, or?
It's a little complicated. We don't have to worry about it right now.
I'll look it up later.
So you're probably kind of exhausted, but otherwise fine.
Like it takes time for it to go away. It technically takes 8 hours of rest, normally for your condition to get totally reset. Certain other things can reset them one at a time or more. So you're good for now. You don't feel great, but you're pretty good.
Okay, I guess if the doctors let me off, I'll ask if I can get up and follow them.
The nurse like immediately is like, oh no, you have to stay in bed. You've been shot. Like she just like stares at you with wide eyes. It's actually probably another Twi'lek, I think.
Alec just stops and is watching this very intently to see what happens next.
No, I swear, I feel fine. I've been through worse.
Roddick, you know they technically can't hold you here, but I think it's interesting for you to watch to see how Rayla responds to this. She's like, no, you need to stay here, and she starts to like try to push you back. Sorry, I was sneezing. Back into bed. It's like, you need your rest. And she like looks over towards Roddick, who's kind of standing in the doorway. Like he should be back in bed too.
I think Roddick's still just watching the situation. What Rayla does.
No, I promise you, I feel fine. Just let me get up.
All right, so you push past her. I think like maybe signal you're there. Do you like kind of roll up next to her and let her like put a hand on you? It's just like a mobile walking support.
Roddick definitely gives a nod of approval. Definitely appreciates the fact she's willing to get up with a gunshot wound and not just stay there when there's so many important things afoot.
All right, so Rayla gets about getting dressed. You notice she's in like a hospital gown, so I think maybe Roddick, you take this time to turn and make your way with Chen down to the prisoner's room where she's under light guard.
Roddick turns to Jen and say, you think of what additional charges we can file on this one? Interfering with an investigation is minimum. I want to go in there and open with that before we ask a few questions.
I'm gonna pull the roll of mesh tape out of my pocket and say, you know what? I'd rather avoid distractions until we're off this crappy planet.
On the ship, then, I'm gonna just pull out my stun cuffs and I'm gonna power them up and say that I think that we might want to leave these on during the interrogation. They have a certain effect on people.
Works for me.
So yeah, you guys walk in. The DSF guy at the door kind of gives you a nod as the other one kind of resumes his post outside.
So I'm gonna give him a thank you, officer, as I walk through and I look down at the whatever form Bunko is in now.
I think Bunko is
B.
in their natural form. I linked a Clawdite last time. I'll do it again. One sec.
I just searched Clawdite and GIS. I know these
There you
guys.
are.
Yep.
So,
And
Chen, you see over signal screen, arrival at destination possible, but would require additional calculation time.
I think Roddick's gonna look down at the Clawdite and go, "You're one ugly mother," and then you can kind of hear me trail off as I walk in and head over to see if she's already restrained or not.
I'm gonna
yeah, she's
unroll,
certainly restrained.
I'm gonna unroll a couple feet of mesh tape and say, after the day I've had, I have the right for you to remain silent.
Oh God! I think one of the DSF agents like looks in like a little bewildered.
What for?
I think
Yes.
at
I'm gonna
this
look over
point,
to
I think
Roddick
at this
and just
point
say,
she
"Copper."
starts shifting, and you see the skin start to shift back into the Twi'lek dancer.
I think that
Although she's still restrained.
I'm going to take the advantage of the fact she's still restrained to snap one half of the stun cuffs on one of the arms. and say interfering in an ongoing Ranger operation.
I am
Endangering
part of the
your operation.
dude. It's you guys that screwed up the operation. I was just getting my stuff in the back.
Your stuff. We have much to ask you about your stuff and those chips that you supposedly stole.
I didn't
Alright,
steal anything.
everybody shut the hell up. We don't have time for any more problematic interrogations. So you can either come quietly or I can make you come quietly.
Whatever.
Can Roddick slam the other stun cuff on her other arm?
Cuff erotic, let's go.
She turns to the side and pouts as you cuff her. Activate the the remote on the restraints, and it kind of thrums a little bit, definitely notifying you that they're turned on.
Interestingly enough, I don't have the remote yet. I can activate just the stun capability. I can't activate the shutdown stun until I can buy the remote. But I can use the pain.
You have the
tries to-
remote. There's no way you would. The Rangers would let you use stun cuffs without the actual control device.
Oh, that's awesome! Because you can actually do it, but it's much better not to have to. That's very useful. Okay, she's in the stun cuffs then, and I guess we can try to. I'll motion the officer in the room to let out of the other restraints.
Yeah. The guy comes in. He kind of gives her an odd look, and undoes the restraints.
I want to ask the officer if I can get my my binder cuffs back.
Yeah, he's he literally just he hands them to you, like they were what were attaching her to the bed.
I want to address Signal and tell him to ask him to get started on the calculations.
He has to be in the ship to do that.
Okay.
Is the other computer's going to require
Like
to have computer?
the ship technically has to be in space to do that.
Okay.
Okay,
Are we leaving then?
Yeah, so Rayla kind of moves into the room, little wobbly, Signal at her side, rolled up, and looks in, seeing you guys with the Twi'lek dancing girl stun cuffed.
Whatever floats your boat, gentlemen. I get paid the same. Let's do this mission.
I'm not sure that you'll be doing any mission aside from perhaps cleaning the brig, and I'm just going to keep marching into the hovercraft. Prison
All right,
cell
so yeah,
hovercraft, no doubt.
You oh god. All right, so you march her out into the hallway, and you guys definitely get several looks as you guys make your way out of the hospital into to the secure parking lot. There's one single patrol car here. I guess there's two. There's one that actually has people in it. It looks like they're kind of waiting inside. One of them's reading, one of them's keeping an eye out on the lot. When he sees you guys approaching your land speeder, he gets out and he makes a beeline for you, Chen. It's not any of the officers you've interacted with before.
I'm going to sigh audibly.
All right, so he makes his way up to you. It's a human, and you see on his chest you see Officer Gisard. He says, "Sir, I'm here to escort you back to the starport. I have very specific orders from the security chief."
Good. I'm ready to get out of here and never come back.
Yeah, so he gives you kind of like a non-committal look and goes back to his car. They fire up their speeder. You pop the cargo container open on the back of the Aero 23, And back here, like you guys have converted 1/3 of your cargo space to a secure holding cell, and basically you can imagine almost like roller coaster seats. There's like a secure seat. There's 3 of them, and you basically just like push Bunko in there, I guess B, and slam the restraints down and lock her into place. And there's like a place for the stun cuffs to basically kind of lock into place as well. You'll be able to monitor like this from the interior, but it's not the most comfortable of rides at all. It's very, very cramped as well. So you basically put her in the trunk. You basically put her in the trunk.
Pretty much. And I'm gonna go up and hop on my grenade launcher and ride us out of here. Hopefully with no more incidents.
I'm gonna go hop in the I'm gonna go ride shotgun for Rayla because I'm in no mood to be getting into an argument with a prisoner right now.
All right, so yeah, Rayla kind of climbs in. All of you guys, like except for Chen, are moving like slowly, painfully, bruises everywhere. Rayla slides into the seat. Like there's a moment where you're just like,
You good to drive,
Yeah.
Rayla?
Kind of like
I
hovers
should
up.
be fine once we get to the ship.
yes. There's a noise. You start the Aero 23 up, and you guys head back to the ship. And you head to the starport. The lone security car escorts you the entire way. They see you back as you like pull into the hangar, and then they promptly zip off. Apparently, they have other things to do. Yeah, you get to the ship, and I assume somebody hops out to enter in the access codes to lower the ramp for the cargo hold to pull the speeder in.
Yeah.
All right, so
Sounds like a
Roddick,
good
you
plan to me.
I guess it's probably you since you're already up on the turret. You clamber off. Roddick almost like tumbles off in like a little bit of pain, but you manage to like kind of slide down the side to the ground and trot up to the ship. You get to the pad. You enter the command to open it, and as you do, you notice it has actually been accessed in the last 45 minutes, and it says that there has been an authorized entry granted to the ship. There's like an access code attached to it and everything.
Roddick's gonna see that, immediately head back, hop in the grenade launcher seat again,
Oh god.
and I'm going to see if I can quietly inform the others and see if Jin can possibly go open the door while I'm still on the grenade launcher.
Well, I mean,
Don't
the
you-
door is opening. Like you entered in the code. It's a ramp that has to come down.
Interesting. Definitely just filling him in then. Absolutely.
Yeah, so you guys see Roddick trot back as the ramp starts to lower, and he like hurriedly gets into the turret. What do you tell everybody?
I'm gonna look up from my data pad with a inquisitive glance at Roddick and ask him what's up.
Looks like somebody's logged into our ship. Had the access code and everything. He's gonna notably pull back on the grenade launcher and say that this doesn't turn out well. It might head in for a bit of a surprise.
I'm gonna unholster my my blaster pistol and say I've had enough surprises for one day.
All right, so do you guys like move the speeder up into the cargo bay?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so yeah, you pull the speeder up into the cargo bay, and right up into the mostly barren cargo area. You get inside, and it's all quiet in here. You hear the occasional tink of metal that just comes from the ship.
Do you
Oh,
have
like I'm gonna
the?
slowly sweep the bay with this.
Can you bring? Can you bring up the map of the ship again?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be pretty handy right now.
Anybody check on the informant?
That is my primary concern right now.
One second.
Does our ship have any kind of internal security cameras?
You mean like cameras?
Yeah.
Very limited.
Sure, the prisoner bay
Why
has
is
one
this-
at least.
Why is this refusing?
Prisoner bay is where I think we would want to patch into at the moment.
Minor technical difficulties.
I'm gonna get out of the speeder and tell Signal to go check the logs since we left.
Ooh. And we go over to a comp port.
I assume there's a comm port in the like the hold here.
There's probably one in a lot of areas, but yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, so you guys pull into the bottom, and fortunately, I mean, like you're right next to the detention cells, which is what you wanted to check on to begin with. You see Signal roll up to a comm port and plug in. What do the rest of you do? Is you cut the speeder off and hop out?
I'm gonna look at Roddick up on the grenade launcher and tell him to cover me, and I'm going to with my gun out head towards the
Maybe just
detention cells.
me, guys, but do you know what a grenade like that would do to the inside of a ship? I wouldn't recommend it.
We can clean up the cargo bay later.
Roddick says as he jacks around into the grenade launcher.
Yeah.
Am I in earshot of all this?
You're in the cargo container of the Aero 23. You can hear everything going on. It's just really muffled.
Okay, so yeah, I want to head towards the detention cells and open the door cautiously.
Okay, so yeah, you go to the port side detention cells, where you were keeping your prisoner. Like you go to the door and you you have your pistol drawn and you like tap the open sequence and it slides open. Do you peek inside?
Yeah, peek inside, have a look around.
Yeah, you peek inside. You see the lift in the workshop, and the door to the actual holding cells just beyond. Everything looks fine from here.
Is there any way off the ship other than the bay that I'm currently guarding with the grenade launcher?
Technically, somebody could go out of one of the airlocks or the dorsal, or I guess the dorsal hatch.
Does Signal have the capability to hard lock all the airlocks right now, or to try and prevent them from opening, or at least to detect what's going on with them?
He could by accessing the computers, which he's in the process of doing. Do you tell him to do that?
Oh yeah, if that's something I think he could do, I'm definitely going to holler over to Signal and tell him to seal the ship down. I want the only way out of this ship through me.
So I can't
Alright.
lock them because that's a talent, but I can do just close them.
There's a talent for locking ship doors.
Yep. For sealing them to access to the only the one I'm using right now.
What is that under?
Slicer, I think. It's in
Man.
another book.
This is to take a step out of the game. This is why we play Dungeon World, because things you should be able to do don't have a specific move that you have to have for them. That's kind of lame.
Hey, when you use house rule it out.
Yeah, but then I start house ruling stuff like that, and people want to start taking stuff. We'll see.
I can
So,
issue
Signal,
routine command is what I can do.
give me a computers check, Signal, just to see. This is an authorized computer for you.
Use computer. Button push. Go. Pushed it with I can play other bonfires. 20.
Yeah. I mean, you have full access to this ship. You can certainly lock down the ship.
Alright, so I shut down or shut all the doors.
Okay, yeah. So you guys hear some chunk, 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 chunk throughout the hall, and then there's like a fairly sizable chunk, chunk right beneath the detention area, like where I guess right beneath the cargo area. Jace or Jen, you're like right outside the detention cells. You press the button there, and you look inside. You see these. I guess 2 of the cells have no light emitting from them. Like the fields are not on because they're not occupied. The one in the middle has like a dim red force field in front of it, and you see your prisoner. He's looks like he's kind of curled up on the opposite side, like on his bunk. He hears the door open though. He like immediately pops off the bunk, and he's like, "What? Where have you guys been? I've been here for like a day." He's like, "What's going on?"
Shut up. Have you seen or heard anybody else on the ship since we left?
No! You guys just threw me in here and then you left!
Okay, great. Shut up. I'm gonna leave and head back towards the cargo bay.
Wait! And then you just shut the door. Right now,
awesome.
Signal, you're looking through the cameras and you're not seeing, like, there's a camera in the cargo area. There's a camera that basically covers like the airlock hallway. There's like another one that like goes into the I think probably the customs area, maybe the blaster range, the armory. Nothing in the crew quarters section at all. None of the refreshers. Nothing in the. I think there is something in the interview room. There's probably. I don't know if there's a camera in the crew lounge or the mess hall. Maybe. But you're flipping through cameras and stuff, and you're not seeing anything. Give me a perception check.
Perception, go.
Yeah, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary. So I think Jen, you return.
There's
Roddick is like tensely covering the elevators with his grenade launcher, and Signal like unplugs from the
rolls
wall
up and you
outlet.
see like no life signatures detected in camera monitored spaces.
Guys, sure it wasn't just a text or something? I mean, they could have been checking something while we're gone, maintenance, refueling, anything like that.
They didn't have the code, as far as I know. He's gonna turn to Jen and see if he gave him the code. I wouldn't have left the prisoner here with them having access.
Nope, this is our ship, and our prisoner is still intact.
I kind of figure that if it would have been someone here from the group before, they would have wanted the guy, because they wanted him dead before.
So my screen flashes a bit and says departure urgent for mission success.
Braddock's gonna turn to Jen and say that we need to keep sweeping this ship. Who knows what's been on here?
I think also on your monitor Signal is like a estimated calculation time or hyperspace time to destination, and it's showing like a number of hours, and then like estimated time to meeting, and then it's like in red, and like estimated time, or I guess estimated time to meeting, and it's like another number, and then estimated time of arrival. It's like it's in red and it's constantly counting upwards.
Okay, Signal. I want Signal to come with me over to the lift. We're gonna head up to the bridge and get him started on the calculations while
Alex
we
gonna-
sweep the ship.
Braddock's gonna say, I'm gonna stay here in the grenade launcher. If this is the only way off the ship, I have a feeling whatever, if there's something on board, they won't want to stay on board.
I personally think that whoever was on board probably came and gone. There's an awful lot of room.
Do we have any was Signal able to access any logs on public transmit? See if we got. Maybe that was the first thing I think we asked him. Did he have an entrance and an exit log, or does he just have an entrance log?
When you were looking through the databank Signal, I assume you probably checked that very, very quickly.
Yeah,
It
should take a
showed
while.
that the ramp was open for approximately like 8 minutes, about 45 minutes ago, and then it was sealed up.
Anything new in the cargo bay that wasn't there before, or anything missing?
Give me a perception check, Rayla.
Button. Where are my buttons?
Jack wants to look for explosives specifically. That's what's crossing his mind.
I assume Roddick's probably kind of been looking
I have
around
a
carefully for anything suspicious all this time.
You know, you see Roddick just like angling the turret like a little bit back and forth, like every now and then. You don't notice anything amiss
Is there any
in the cargo bay.
Can I make a tactics roll? Specifically, I'm thinking if I was going to try to blow up or otherwise hamper or possibly bug a ship, where would I do it on a ship like this? Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, give me a tactics roll.
Maybe I can tell people
Ooh,
to check a certain spot.
31.
The 19.
Uh,
Natural.
you know that the primary place you would go is engineering. You'd get there from the engine room, and also the direct access to the engines themselves. You might sabotage the hyperdrive. That could be a nasty thing. There's quite a lot of things you could do to the ship. Most of them involve Deck C, or perhaps the cockpit.
Rayla, while we're waiting for Signal, why don't you escort our newest guest to her room? And I'm going to kind of almost air quote that, obviously meaning the prison cells. Well, you take a look at the engine room before we actually fire up. Hopefully we'll be able to get underway as soon as Signal's prepped and ready.
Do you think that's necessary? I mean, she did kind of, I think, screw us up back there with the way we met her, but isn't she the one that Command wanted us to bring along?
Last time an officer showed mercy to a suspect, look what happened. You almost had your head blown off, Rayla. We'll speak to her after.
Very well.
Get her
Do you want her-
contained and check the engine room.
I'm going to assume you want her on the cells away from the other guy.
Medical say, of course. Keep her one cell over, maybe 2 cells over.
Do you want her?
Who knows what
you,
she'll
you
be
could
up
put her on
to.
the other side of the ship. How removed do you want her?
Removed as possible. Who knows
Yeah,
what
so-
she'll try.
So probably put her on the other side then, because we do have 2 rows of detention cells. You see, Marshall.
Rayla, I'm gonna transmit my 4-digit code to my my cuffs so you can detach them once she's contained. Make sure to check the engine room. I'm still watching the exits.
How does
So,
the cuffs
Roddick-
work? Is there like
So Roddick, the one best suited for sweeping and clearing a ship, stays in the turret.
You know what? Actually, I might actually get out because now that I've realized it's 8 minutes long, odds are that's the biggest issue. So I think I might head to the engineering room and take a look too. Though I'm no engineer, but I'm gonna have a hard time diagnosing
Okay.
that. But I'll take a look.
All right, so where's everybody going?
I guess I'm
To the
taking
astrogation
a
computer.
probably
with them.
reluctant and more qualified than me be to detention cell.
Me and Signal are headed up to the bridge.
Okay, so
I'm gonna
Shannon
start
Signal.
talking to Rayla about trying releasing me from these binder cuffs.
So yeah, you pop the cargo section open from the Aero 23 after Roddick takes one of the lifts to deck C, and Signal and Chen take one of the other lift to deck A. And as soon as that happens, she just starts talking your ear off. What do you say, Bunko?
I just tell her I'm innocent. Can you please take this off of me? I just want to help. Yada yada yada.
It doesn't sound very convincing, Rayla.
Why is my deception roll not running?
Generally, you're going to want to ask the GM when you can make a deception roll. Are you wanting to make a deception roll here?
Well, I have a feat that's seduce, which actually uses my deception for persuasion.
Okay.
I technically think that lets you roll persuasion, and if you fail, you roll deception.
Well, yeah, I can do that too.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Why is this not working though?
You have to hit enter on the 0 on the screen.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
pops
make sure you don't have a
modifier
pop
box up. You have to push OK on.
Yeah, make sure your character sheet's not in the middle of the
Oh, it
screen.
doesn't work on the pop-out thing?
It should. Mine does.
It should pop up a box in the middle of the screen that says modifier and has a 0 in it.
Pops it up on the main window,
Oh,
so if you've got
yeah,
that up
it
in
was-
front of
yeah.
it, yeah,
Yeah,
that threw me a
that's-
few times too.
Yeah. You don't want to have your sheet in the middle of the screen.
I didn't realize that at first either. Don't sweat it. Once I got out the hang of it, it's not a big deal.
Let me clear all these. I was clicking like.
Did you have like 1,000
probably have,
modifier
like, 50 of
boxes?
Alright, I don't know what this is.
So, what's the chart say I should be raised to?
Well, how do you view this being?
Well, she's gotten us a lot of trouble recently.
And what exactly you're trying to persuade her to let you go, right?
Yeah, that I haven't done anything. All I did is give you guys a business card, go get changed, and the next thing I know,
Well,
I'm
if you
happy
are
to
this
find a
bee
couple.
we're supposed to be after,
I'm
I
gonna say
think
this
you
is.
probably could have gone about it a much better way than the way
I'm gonna
you
say
did.
this is an incredible deception. There's gonna be. I'm moving it up one tier because this is going against basically, like, I guess, an incredible persuasion almost. It's going against your direct, like, what you've agreed to do, and also you do have reason to believe that she's not telling the truth. Like, what sort of person gives you their card, walks out, then comes back in Wookiee form with a blaster, and gets into combat. So you definitely have some hard time believing this. I'm gonna apply a -10 to the check. So roll your. I think you get to roll persuasion. That fails, you get to roll deception. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, Mr. Seducer.
Yes.
All right. So roll persuasion. I think that 10 is only going to apply in the deception. We'll just see how it goes.
So the persuasion I already did.
You got a 17 on the persuasion.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. It didn't do the beep. For a persuasion roll.
Without the -10 though, that was rolled before.
$17 might move me up one level on that chart, I think, but that's not going to do a whole lot for him.
Okay, so the modifiers for persuasion.
I think it's will.
Yeah, what is your will score?
14.
All right, so that's all right, that's a fail. So roll your deception. Vendaxa.
Well,
Ooh, that's a good deception. Is that a 20? No. I hate how I roll my mouse over the thing and the box disappears off the edge of the screen. It's really annoying.
I rolled
Can't s-
a 13.
Okay, for a deception check.
what's giving the plus 10 miscellaneous bonus?
It's my race.
Oh, really?
You only get that to yeah. I kept resetting this, trying to fix this on your sheet, and you kept putting it back. Bunko, your thing only gives you a deception when disguising appearance. Like that racial thing is only it's not a plus 10 to all deception.
So I make myself have really big doggy.
No, it gives you plus 10 for appearing as something else or someone else. That's what it's for.
Yeah. It's
for
not
lying
a
to someone.
flat
All right.
it's
21.
not a flat 10 to deception. Make sure you take that out of the thing. I did it multiple times and you kept putting it back in. So 21, you're attempting to deceive. Deceptive information is made against the will defense. You said will was 14?
Indeed.
Rayla?
Yes, 14.
Minus 10. So yeah, you rolled an 11. So no, your your deception does not work. So Rayla, it falls flat. You are not inordinately persuaded. You can do what you wish, but Bunko's attempt to roll this did not work.
No, I'm sure I'll be taking the cuffs off you, dear, but I'm afraid, according to our commanding officer, you'll be in the detention cell at that point. Come along.
Whatever. One less hand.
All right, so you get her out of the back seat and you start moving her off to the detention cells. Do you take her to the port detention cells where you have one prisoner, or the starboard?
I was told the farthest away, so the starboard one's the opposite.
Okay. All right, so you bring her over past the droid and droid storage and repair. Move her into those detention cells. Bunko, you see that this ship is definitely pretty heavily used. Like it looks like it's been through quite a lot. It looks like it's seen like recent refitting and repairs. The Twi'lek moves you through this small room and into what appears to be 3 individual detention cells with force fields. You walk her in there and you put her in, and assume you activate the force field.
Yes, and then I calm Roddick, because the way the force cuffs work, he used to put a code in on his control unit, right?
You can put a code
Yeah.
directly onto them to take them on and off, or you can use the remote. But
Yeah. So
I
you
definitely
would be able
have
to
use the remote.
Yeah, so you would calm him to basically release them from the other side of the field.
copy that. I will definitely disco them.
All right, so
Which leaves the force cuffs in the room, but
yeah.
Assuming you'll probably take them with you once you've.
No,
take
it's
them
in the
off,
room with her.
Oh, I see. Okay. I
'Cause
can
it's-
get them back later.
It's on the other side of the force field.
I've already
I'm
had
assuming
one
you didn't.
bad experience for unarmed combat.
Yeah. Rayla probably did this correctly. She's already been
Yep.
disarmed once.
I think I'm 100% behind Rayla's decision on this.
So yeah, you calm Roddick, who is right now on deck C, skulking his way. Like I think you've come out of one of the lifts and you're moving into the engine room. Give me a perception check.
I will do so.
And meanwhile, up the bridge, Chen, you're kind of overseeing his signal plugs into the relay and starts booting the ship up and getting things prepped for launch.
Okay, I want to open a comm to Roddick real quick.
Yep. So
Roddick,
Roddick,
you have a comm, right, Roddick?
Yeah,
there
I
is
got a
basically
comlink in my
like
helmet.
a ship sort of intercom system as well, but
I don't want to use. I mean, I want to get like direct to Roddick, not through the
yep.
ship.
So
I got a
Roddick,
comlink in my helmet.
two comms come through roughly about the same time.
I'll answer Jen and say him to hold for a second, and then I'll switch to immediately to
So,
Rayla.
so Jen, you're put on hold. Rayla, you come through to Roddick.
I take it that's the conversation. You want the sun cuffs off?
Indeed, and this is on had to be on a ship's comm because I don't actually have a comm yet.
Yeah, so you're probably on one of the other terminals, and you've dialed directly to him.
Oh, okay, I will definitely I'll say, all right then. Make sure to inform the prisoner that if there's any damage to my stun cuffs, it will definitely be put on her list of charges. And then I will switch the call back to Jin, and I'll just blip off the Rayla.
So you're having that conversation, Roddick, and you're kind of like peeking into the engine room or the engine access, and now you're moving your way to the engine room, and directly across the hall you hear like a clank 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 of metal on metal deck plating.
Immediately investigating that.
So like from around the corner, this rather odd looking droid just like comes out of sick bay. It's got a like sort of a disc shaped head with like a large sensor in the front. And with a fairly heavily modulated voice, it turns and it looks at you. And it says, "Greetings. You are Officer Roddick Concord." And like it seems to be like kind of scanning you.
I think that I'm going to immediately pull my slinker and blare through my PA. Unknown droid! Do not advance! Do not move! And then I'm going to put an immediate call in.
It freezes in place.
I'll definitely put a call out to Zen and everybody out in the open comms that we have an unknown droid on board. Anybody that can get here might want to get here. And I'm going to go back to watching the droid, and I'm going to probably holler at to state your purpose or origin, or state your origin.
So you say like state your origin, and it says where did that go? I was manufactured by Industrial Automaton on Borda City, Nubia. I was purchased by the Imperial Remnant.
Origin last hour.
There's like a pause, like processing. I have been assigned to this ship for your medical purposes. I was purchased at auction by one, and it seems to be accessing its data. It says, Loresh Kron, Sector Chief, Sector Rangers, Denon Branch. It just starts listing off every
decrementing detail.
Yep, it just literally starts going to its manufacturing origin, when it was made, like the exact date.
I think I'm going to do
when it was purchased, and then when it was sold.
I'll lower my weapon, but I'm still keeping it drawn because I've had enough of these syndicate people throwing curveballs my way, and I'm going to would I know some way I could possibly verify it? Like some sort of verification code or some sort of ranger authorization code or something along those lines?
Yeah. I think do you ask it do you have an authentication code? And it spits out a number. It says this was my my purchasing code from Sector Chief Loresh Kron, and like it says it came with this data package, and like it like holds out a hand, and there's like a small little data cube.
I think I'm going to cautiously approach and take the data cube, and if nothing wild happens, I'll take a step back and actually holster my gun and call in what's going on to the others, and say that we might have a new medical droid. Does anything wild happen when I take the data cube? I'm hoping not.
It explodes. No. What is everybody doing during this time? Like you've heard like from the speakers like pretty much everywhere, like Roddick yelling something about an unknown droid, and then you've literally heard him yelling through the decks on his loudspeaker, "Unknown droid."
Shen has higher authority than Roddick, so I'm still booting up stuff.
All right.
And well, when I hear like Roddick's yelling his head off about an unknown droid, I'm gonna run over to the lift and head down to his deck. Just kind of tell Signal to keep prepping for launch on my way down.
I'm shaking my head, saying something about retards.
Rayla, what are you doing? Are you going to deck C, or are you heading up towards the cockpit?
I'm probably heading to the cockpit. I missed what is happening currently, so.
Oh, okay. All right. So Chen eventually arrives, and you see Roddick basically covering this fairly advanced, looks like very new model medical droid. And he's like, the droid is just standing there, and Roddick is looking at like a data cube in one hand, and in the other hand he's got like his blaster pistol covering the thing.
I need to take a step back and say it looks like we were assigned a little assistance after the incident, and I'm going to kind of motion over and introduce the new medical droid and hand the data cube to Jin and say that verifications on that. We should probably make sure that this is the droid that it claims to be. But this looks like our visitor.
I asked Roddick, say, well, do you want to play it safe and vent the atmosphere from deck C and B as soon as we lift off?
Roddick kind of glances over at Jin and says, "That's not a bad idea. Make sure we've gotten everyone out of the vacuum area, and then we'll prep it for as soon as we take off."
Okay, so I think
Should have enough atmosphere.
I think the droid hears this and it says, "Excuse me, Rangers, but as Chief Medical Officer aboard the ship, I feel I must advise that venting the atmosphere on any deck would be a health hazard to any living organism aboard those decks." Like it looks back to you, like its head's swiveling.
I think Roddick's gonna kind of look to the medical droid and say, "That's the idea. We'll make sure that no one's on those next time." And he kind of glances back to Shan and gives him a approving nod.
I'm gonna I'm just gonna tell him to proceed to the medical bay and be on standby.
Affirmative, Ranger Nevada. It turns and it walks 6 feet to the medical bay, and just like disappears there. You're left holding this data cube.
So, Zen, let's check this cube out, and then maybe go discuss what to do about our prisoners. And I'll definitely make sure I'm plural with that.
I'm gonna tell him I'll be up in what do you call it? Be up in the bridge, and I'll be up in the bridge studying the data cube, and to fetch me when he's ready.
So I go about acquiring the most recent navigation data to this planet.
Okay. So Vendaxa is not a habited planet like at all. It's pretty far out there. I'll switch us Just at the Gal map for a second. You guys, of course, are here. Wait, why have you... You have moved. And Vendaxa is here. It's not a long way in terms of like direct space, but it is from what you have been able to gather from the net. It is like it's a voracious jungle planet with like heavy amounts of wildlife.
Lovely.
No people really inhabiting the system. Very rare that people go through there. Fortunately for you, 2 weeks ago, there seems to have been a ship that passed through there on some sort of like botanical mission, studying the wildlife. And I think you find updated charts within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, so that's more than 1 week up to 1 month. It's DC 20.
Yeah, so for our space travel rules, we are using the rules from revised edition. We will since you are currently in the mid-rim, you're going to be heading to the expansion region. This would normally be a roll from mid-rim to expansion of only a -1. Like that's literally a -1 DC. Like that's good for you. The travel time is normally 24 hours, but that is assuming a ×1 hyperdrive, which you do not have. You have a ×2. So it will take 48 hours instead. As far as your data, yeah, you're correct. It's more than 1 week old. So the way that astrogation works is you roll a check to determine what die. Like it's basically kind of like a 2-stage check. It's a little bit more complicated than what is used in Saga, but I wanted to use this system because Saga didn't really make a whole lot of sense. So your base DC for your astrogation check, based on the quality of your data, is 20. And your hazard die is a D8. Now, what you're going to do is, I believe you're going to roll your hazard die, if I have this correctly. And the result of that is going to give an additional modifier to your final roll. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So give me a D8. So a 5. That goes onto the... I'll make sure to bring this chart up for everybody. Under the random hazards chart section, a result of a 5 is a +4 to the modifier. So you're going to be rolling for a base DC of 20. Your modifier is a +4 for your hazard. -4 because you're using a nav computer, so that effectively cancels that out. I think that's probably it.
And -1 for mid-rim to expansion.
Yeah,
So-
-1 for mid-rim to expansion. So your roll is let's see. It's going to be a computers check. With a -1.
-1 from what?
Whatever your skills done when it's done.
Oh yeah, the DC modifier. Never mind. So
Yeah,
yeah. Roll your use computers. 22. Yep.
All right, so, I'm
you,
gonna
you
I'm
pass
gonna
by
use
3.
snack and take the better result.
Can I let you do better result? I think it's just
I think it does.
Definitely check before you roll a second time, because you might be forced to take
Once
the
per day,
second
reroll a
result.
skill check and take the better result.
Okay, alright. Oh,
That's
slightly better.
Slightly better.
19. So unfortunately, you don't beat it by 5. So I don't think you get to actually trim your course at all. Yeah,
Have to beat by 5.
Yeah. And fortunately, you do not have to roll on the
maybe I
mishaps
didn't
table.
assist you because that would have given you the 5.
But yeah, the reason we're going with this system, aside from the fact that it has different modifiers for traveling in different places, is the mishap system is actually a little bit more forgiving than the Saga edition, which is something that I think you guys will appreciate if it comes up.
Saga would also cost us between 2 and 12 days to go exactly 1 planet distance.
Yep.
That's the other weird thing about Saga.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem consistent with the speeds from Star Wars, really.
All right, so you guys are setting a course for Vendaxa. It should be noted that Vendaxa has a moon. I think like you're plotting the course. Maybe you might want to have a meeting before you actually like lock in the course as you're heading up into orbit. Because I think for this time I'm going to give you a little bit of strategic advice. In a system where there are not many starships, if you guys are attempting to make some sort of covert entry, it might be best to potentially plan how you are arriving.
Seems like that might be a good bet. A couple things we need to do on the way there, for sure. That's definitely one of them.
Well, if it has a moon, probably would have put the moon between us and the planet, I would assume. That would make probably the most covert sense.
Yeah, you can technically jump to the moon, and it might give you a better place to enter the system and determine how you want to approach the planet.
What are our odds of sneaking in this chunker? I'm probably. Are we in the meeting room now, or?
Yeah, I think you guys are probably. I'll switch us back.
I roll in and basically I'm like, due to age of data to travel to Vendaxa, base travel time is 48 hours.
I don't think that's anything to do with the age of the data, does it?
Yeah, it does. It affects the base DC.
The DC, yes, but not the time.
If it would have been recent data, it would have cut it by 10.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Looks like we'll be arriving a little late.
Your prisoner did say 2 days. That's not a very specific in terms of like 48 hours on the dot.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get lucky. Be right
I'm
on
gonna
time.
ask. Let's say, well, do you want me to bring our informant up here and squeeze him for everything he's worth?
Did you already do that once?
I think we were in, kind of in a rush and in a very panicked kind of situation at the time. I don't think we've actually, really pressed him really hard for details yet.
I think it's time we find out who exactly is going to be here and what he knows exactly about where we're going. Then bring him up to the bridge, and I'll go get him up to the bridge. I think I'm going to start heading down.
You're going to bring him to the bridge?
Well, I'm going to bring him up to where we're holding this meeting. Where would that be?
Not in the bridge.
Look, you have like a shit ton of places on this ship.
Probably
The bridge
the
is
mess.
very small. You have 4 chairs on the bridge.
Our mess hall looks like
You have a
room.
mess
That's
hall,
all.
you have a
That's all
crew
good.
lounge, you have an interview room, you have the customs area.
I'm gonna bring him into the. I think I'm gonna go get him and bring him into the
like
mess
the
hall
interview
instead of the
room
interview
is
room.
literally an interrogation chamber.
I think
like-
what I'm gonna do. Ironically, Roddick's gonna play good cop this time. So I think I'm gonna head down there with the intention of bringing him back to the mess hall and sitting him down with everybody else like he's one of the team as we ask him for intel.
Okay.
And I think that's the approach I'm gonna take with him this time. And I'm gonna head for the elevator.
I'm gonna go to the galley and dig up some food for him because it has been a while.
All right.
So yeah, I head down to the prisoner section. I'm probably going to try and pick my stun cuffs up as I go by. I have no doubt.
Well, you head down to the detention area, and you make your way down there with the intent of picking up your stun cuffs. And yeah, you see the shapeshifter.
Stun cuffs are on the floor.
Yeah, it's on the floor inside her cell, and I think she's probably glaring at you.
Vile shapeshifter, please move to the corner of the room and stand away from the stun cuffs. I'm going to bring up my my right arm and I'm going to snap out my trank dart gun. Any aggressive movements will be met with non-lethal force. However, it will be very painful. And I'm going to turn and remember the last non-lethal person I shot I overkilled, so lower the shield, and I'm going to start making my way to the cuffs if she starts complying.
I move to the corner of the room and I bend over and give him a full view.
So, Roddick, you get a full view of cleavage, as you also bend down to pick up your stun cuffs.
I've seen
You're
your true
roughly
form,
like 2 feet
wretched
away
alien.
from her.
I've seen your true form, wretched alien, and I'm going to stand up, cross my arms, and
I change myself into Roddick.
You've never seen Roddick.
Yeah, he's looking at me.
He's wearing
That's it.
armor.
Yeah, I can mimic armor.
Okay, well you change into Iotrin Braceman armor, not Roddick. So yeah, this form immediately shifts into an armored form, Roddick. Complete with what looks like your wrist-mounted stuff.
impersonating an officer. 2,000 credit fine. Now added to your list of charges.
Yeah, but I look better than you.
You're really lucky you didn't get shot for him. Suspecting you might have, like, if he didn't know how shapeshifting worked, he might have just shot you because he might have thought you had weapons.
Yeah, I think I'm going to back out of the room with a trank dart, aim directly at the bunko, and re-enable the shield. And then I'm going to inspect my stun cuffs to make sure she has not tampered with them in any way, and before I put them back on my belt.
They're kind of wet.
Ooh.
I think Roddick is going to end up having to space somebody today. But he's going to put them on his belt and move to the other prisoner and collector.
Well, him. The other one's a him.
All right, so I guess after that you go collect the other prisoner and lead him up to the mess hall where everybody else is waiting.
Yep, I'm going to collect the other prisoner and march him out, and
I'm gonna say by this
march
time
him
you
right
guys
up
are
the stairs.
probably have like the ship ready to launch. You just haven't gone anywhere yet.
Well, are we in orbit or are we still on the ground?
There's really no point to actually achieving orbit unless
Okay.
you're actually going to leave.
Yep, I'll
So,
bring
yeah,
him up to the conference room and I'll sit him down and I'll say,
Well, if we haven't left yet, can I roll my assistance on Foster's navigation check?
Got to do that before.
yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll come and sit him down at the conference room with everybody that's assembled up here, and I'll sit down next to everyone. I'll look over the group and I'll say, so I believe you had some things you wanted to tell us now that we're in a more secure location. I think that you brought out the food for him, Jin.
Yep.
Okay, so he looks very bewildered by the treatment he's getting. Like he especially shies away from Chen, who he was bewildered by Roddick not threatening to rip his face off, but he's definitely skirting around the edge of the table away from Chen, and he goes and he sits down basically as far away from everybody as he can.
I'm going to kind of take a seat and sort of loosely pay attention, but kind of study this data cube as well.
Yeah, so Orville's there. He's like, so what's going on, guys? He takes a little bit of the food. Why you all looking at me like that? Is anybody there?
I thought Roddick was going to say something.
I thought you were going to say something.
There's a horribly uncomfortable silence, and he just he swallows.
Thanks for the meal, guys.
Well, we're heading to Vendaxa now, apparently.
He looks up very nervously.
And we need as many details as you can give us if we're all going to survive this, and that includes you.
Well...
You're one of the team now! I'm going to kind of comment, and I'm going to bash on the side. I believe that so far what you've expressed you've known isn't technically illegal to have known, so I think your main concern right now is making sure we succeed, so you can succeed.
Well... Give me a persuasion check there. I guess, Chen... Give me a persuasion check to see if you can help Roddick, because he sounds like he's doing most of the talking here. All right. Yeah, go ahead and roll, Roddick.
Okay. Which skill should I roll? Interrogation, I believe.
Well, it doesn't sound like that's what you're doing. It sounds like you're trying to persuade him.
It, right? Yeah, I'll try persuasion here. Let me try this here. 1 second.
That's not a bad roll for you.
Roddick, that's downright useful.
Yeah. +1, I think, from Chen.
So, is it +1 or is it +2?
It might be +2. Let me look.
Oh no, I think I was confusing with the feat. That
Aid another with a skill check. +2. Yep. So you got a 13. So Roddick, he looks over and he says, "Well, I don't really." And then he seems to think about things for a second. He's like, "Look, I've told you a lot. Can we talk about maybe making a deal?"
I want to stand up and kind of walk over to him. I mean, give him his room, but just sort of casually walk over there.
He looks really nervous as you walk around.
Just sort of just kind of lean on the table a little bit, but not too threateningly. And just tell him, look, you know that bloody mess you saw on the floor in the what was that? That was the not the HQ. That was just a DSF station, right?
Yeah.
You know that bloody mess you saw on the floor back in the station? That was one of the assassins who came to try to kill you, and we didn't do it.
Look, all you've done is threaten me the entire time. All I've wanted to do was make a deal, and you've literally given me nothing. He's looking very desperately between the two of you, like he's on his last limbs, or he looks really stressed out. It's I tell you any more, they will kill me.
They've already tried to kill you, and one of the assassins...
And you haven't really done a great job protecting me so far. I got shot.
You're still alive. Which is better than your situation would have been if we weren't there.
You know what? I'm not talking to you. Like it seems like as Chen talks more and more, this guy just starts to like get more and more aggravated. And he says, "I'm not talking to you. Like I am done. I am not saying another word until you guys agree to give me some sort of a deal."
The deal is, you come with us, and maybe you get to live. If you don't want to make a deal, we can leave you here, and those assassins are definitely going to find you again, and we won't be there to protect you.
Your best deal is that if you help us, we succeed, you live. We fail, and it's something you could have done to maybe help us not fail. That would be bad for you too.
Look, like it or not, you're in this mess with us now.
In Nevada, you are our only hope.
All right. Roddick, make a deception check.
I'm not really deceiving him necessarily. I'm not really sure.
Are you guys planning on killing him?
No.
Or planning on? Are you planning on dumping him off, like unrestrained, just letting him loose onto the planet?
I think what we were trying to suggest is if we go.
No,
to this
no,
planet,
it's not what you're trying to suggest. It's what you are actually going to do.
You guys are lying to him.
Well,
You guys,
my plan
like you
is,
are basically telling him that you are going to dump him back on the planet where he's going to be killed. Is that something you would actually do?
I'm thoroughly fed up with, surprises and double agents at this point. So if he's not going to help us, I have every intention to just turn him over to the security guard outside and be on our way.
I think Roddick could actually agree that if he's not going to offer us any help,
give me a
I'm gonna
deception
try to
check.
assist us.
Because that's markedly different than what you're actually telling him. So, deception.
What I'm trying to tell him is, like, we're just gonna.
This is a 2-phase check. Roddick, you do not help. Chen, give me a deception. Right now, I need you to roll. That was basically to let you just do this. I'm gonna need a persuasion roll from you, Roddick. Again, in the support roll.
Let me roll persuasion here. My best stat. Oh yeah.
That's
not bad
actually
for
a
me
success. A 10 is technically a success on an aid. All right, so Chen, roll persuasion +2. Ooh. 34.
That's a pretty nice roll, man.
All right, so he looks at you and he says, "Look, I've told you what I know. There's a meeting. I don't know where it is. It's not like there's a city on the planet, for God's sakes. All I know is it's happening day after tomorrow. Don't know where on the planet. It's not like there's a place to go.
No,
My
it's a jungle
cousin's
after
supposed to
all.
be there.
There's surely
You
a
know-
point of interest or a ship they're meeting at, or something of that nature.
Do you know what
Aim.
time?
Times is good.
He shakes his head. No, I wasn't supposed to be there. It was just my cousin bragging that he was getting to step up and do guard duty for this guy. I told you this already.
So would your cousin be happy to see you again?
Like he looks at you and like he looks very, very uneasy. He's like, "Look, I am not supposed to be there. Like I know what you're thinking. That's not gonna fly. I am not. I have no connections there. He just because he's there, that I'm not supposed to be there. I'm not even supposed to know this stuff."
What are some of your cousin's friends that might be there? Surely he's named some people that he'd be guarding if he was bragging. He wouldn't be bragging about guarding just a thing.
I already told you who he's guarding.
Well, he's got to have named other people, hasn't he? And I'm just gonna kind of lean in a little bit.
It's like, look, it's Corvo, it's Alandra, and it's Eden Kreth. Like, what more do you need? Those are the biggest names there are. Like, nobody else matters. Like,
Look, guy, just calm down, for crying out loud.
oh, he's not calm by any means. You have thoroughly convinced them that if he does not tell you information that he does not have, you are going to put him off the ship to get killed. He is not calm, and you cannot calm him down.
Gonna look up to Shannon. Do you think you can find any use for him yet?
Yeah, I think he's more useful to us alive than in person.
Well, isn't that your lucky day? And I'm gonna kind of look down to the prisoner again.
He looks back to the two of you, like, really worried.
He's gonna look back to Shannon and say, should we take him down, return him to his safety of his cell then? Get our trip underway.
Look, you gotta charge me with something. Like, I told you what I know. Like, you gotta you can't just keep me on your ship forever.
Roddick's gonna cross his arms in turn and say, what would you suggest we do with you? You don't want to go back onto the planet. We're going there. I think the cell's probably the safest place in the universe you could be at this second.
Yeah, he grimaces, thinks about it for a moment, then he just shuts up.
I'm just gonna say, look, right now, you're useful to us and we want to keep you safe. That means not leaving you here, and unfortunately, given the time of this meeting, that means taking you with us. As soon as we're done there, we can take you back to our headquarters, let you loose for helping us out, maybe even give you a reward and let you be on your way.
You've done nothing illegal. This is about your protection.
All right, make one last.
Broken any laws I'm aware of.
One last series of persuasion checks.
Wait a minute. I forgot about the plasma grenades. Well, he'll probably get a fine for those, but he'll probably get off with a fine. That'll eat his reward money. His disappointment. Here's your reward! Now you owe it the exact sum in fines. Congratulations.
Alright, yeah, he looks very... Again, he looks just very, very tense and haggard by this whole ordeal as he's led out of the room and back to his cell.
Well, but before Roddick takes him out of the room, I want to suggest to Roddick that he drop him off at one of the refreshers and take a break. Clean himself up.
Signal will suggest perhaps confinement to quarters would be better than a cell if diplomacy was required again.
Turns to Shannon and says, what do you think? As long as we override the door lock.
I'm gonna say, well, you think it's a good idea. Last time I was nice to a prisoner, he shot himself in the head.
This guy doesn't seem eager to shoot himself anywhere. I'm gonna kind of glance back to him and say, but then again, I think the cells are probably safer than the quarters if someone gets on this ship. We can probably reinforce that area. He pauses for a second and says, maybe the cells...
One should also mention
Signal.
that the cells are also closest to the docking bay.
I'm gonna ask him ask Orville, where would you like to stay?
Like, he just looks at it and he's just like, The cell's not very comfortable. I'd like to be able to use the bathroom without someone being able to just look at me through a camera.
Perhaps the guest's berth. Right next to the CO's, he'd be right next door if something happened.
So he gets upgraded from the detention cell to like the most comfortable room on the ship.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna suggest because it's roomier and gives him more chance to survive if someone, shows up and starts shooting at him. At least he has something to hide behind.
Braddock will be in agreement with this as long as that we can be assured Signal can override the door lock and keep him from getting out without our permission. If we need to seal him in. He gets to buzz us if he wants to go out to the bathroom. That's what I think.
Well, the bathroom attaches to the CO's berth.
Oh, that's perfect then. Yeah. So never mind. He just can be sealed in there unless we authorize an exit. Hopefully sealed both ways without our authorization. Actually, he can sealed in safely in his box for the moment. Yeah, I think that settles that.
You see possible over screen.
I'm gonna kind of look to everybody and see if we're ready to hit orbit yet.
Okay,
Yeah, I
well,
think-
let's be on the bridge
Jump
then.
is calculated and ready.
Well, let's not waste any more time and let's get on our way.
All right, so with that, you guys make ready to leave the planet. I think Chen, I think you probably take the time to take a look at the data cube as you guys are as Rayla is getting ready to fire up the engines
Yeah.
in the background. I would assume.
Yeah, I want to pull anything out of that might be handy.
So, we check the data cube.
I assume it's like a,
User in your channel timed
Yeah.
out.
And Star dies.
Yep, that's
Oh.
why probably we're not getting any. I was wondering, well, maybe start trying to look at his notes and figure out where we're going next. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
well, I'm going to take this opportunity to just be right back really quick.
Sounds good.
Yep.
So,
I'll
It
pick-
does
I'll-
strike me that if you want to use Orville as bait, we have someone who can look just like him.
Marston, you can fill me in text on anything I miss while I'm gone. Be right back.
So
Might be a
yeah,
good idea, actually.
I picked up some rotisserie chicken.
That might be an idea. We might have some bait here on board. We'll have to see.
You haven't treated said bait very well.
Perhaps she would like the opportunity to redeem herself.
User entered your channel.
Oh,
Go
and
back,
I'm
Star.
back. Where did I cut out?
We were just talking about a cube, and then everything died.
Oh, yeah. So I was asking Chen if he wanted to take a look at that data cube finally while Rayla was pulling the ship out of dock.
Then went AFK briefly since you dropped.
Okay. Well, I guess we will take a 2-minute break here then.
Fine.
Nope.
I didn't take it. I can get a drink. It's fine.
Yeah, I think we'll just be back in just a second. I don't think he's gonna be gone for more than a minute.
Alrighty, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So yeah, studying the data cube, do I find anything interesting?
Yeah.
I assume this is just like kind of an unencrypted info data cube, basically.
Actually, you slot it into the computer, and like an image holographic, like full kind of bust of Sector Chief Kron appears in front of you. And like looking a little bit intimidating, almost, just like popping up out of the blue. And he like, even though you know this is not a live recording, or like a live image, you almost have to like check, because it's almost like he's staring directly at you, like boring holes in the back of your head with like a laser. It's like, Nevada, I just received word for what went back on Druckenwell. Like he puts his hand to his head, and he just like sighs, and he's like, we are going to have a very long talk about your future when you get back.
We'll have a very long talk about his roster of agents when I get back.
So he like, you see him like sigh for a moment, and he pauses. He's like, I'm glad to hear that Concord didn't bite it. More glad to hear that little Miss Speedster didn't bite it too. Don't need any sort of bureau investigation going on as to how exactly a civilian consultant got wasted in the line of duty. Like, just shakes his head again. Look, I have, at considerable expense, procured for you. And he looks at a data pad for a moment. A little favor. Now, I probably should have thought of this before, considering how your partner is given to charging into situations face first. And typically these situations have blasters. And typically he just likes to just run into them. And he kind of like gestures to a schematic of like a rotating droid that you recognize as the droid downstairs. This is Zeta 3, top of the line model, not openly available on the civilian market. I was owed some favors by a friend in the Remnant. Don't ask much. He was able to get me, he looks down. It looks like a refurbished model straight from the factory. Don't ask me what that means. The bottom line is, I got this for you. Apparently it was on Druckenwell for reservicing. I have no idea why. I managed to also put in an order of med packs for you when things go to shit. Try not to get shot too much, though. You've already blown way past your budget on fines that we are going to have to talk about. Try not to get this droid exploded like you did the last one. Keep me informed. Don't blow up the Far Ranger. Then it cuts out.
Well, okay then.
So,
Is Roddick still kind of beat up at this point?
Roddick is a little beat up. Notably, you can heal without med packs over time, and it's probably the thing you want to do if you have any time at all. Because med packs, you have 10 of them.
I'm thinking about just kind of having the droid look at him,
and you can only use one per 24-hour period, I think.
Radical definitely report for medical at some point. How would we go about
long-term care, every 8 consecutive hours, creature regains hit points equal to their character level in addition to those recovered from natural healing. Natural healing, as long as you receive 8 uninterrupted hours of rest, you receive hit points equal to your level. So you are a level 2, you would receive 2. you can only receive the benefits of natural healing once per 24-hour period. So for this instance, you're going to be spending 48 hours in hyperspace. You would get 2 from natural healing. And another 2 from long-term care. So you would receive 4 for the first day and 4 for the second day. So a total of 8.
Nice. I will take that.
You can technically use a med pack in addition to that if you need to. But be advised that you can only use first aid once per 24-hour period. And you have 10 of those.
So how do I remove one if I use it here for this, get some HP back? That is a ship?
Yeah, it's on the ship. I'm just gonna keep track of it for right now.
That's fine.
If you're gonna use it.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna use one to get my HP relatively back to full.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a roll for the droid. Fortunately, he has pretty good treat injury stats. Oh, he rolled pretty poorly though. Maybe you're sassing him.
Oh, grab.
Struggling. Like, no, I'm fine.
So there's an additional +2 for that. It's a 21.
My IOCHN programming is defective.
All right, so you get 9 more hit points.
Oh, nice.
You guys
I'm
have
up to 38 out of 43. Oh, well, I should. God damn it! I keep thinking. Sorry. Keep slipping my mind. I'm not supposed to say that.
So I make the.
It's
I make,
more important in combat than out of combat.
So first thing is I repair my remaining hit points. So make a repair check, and then I'm gonna go find Rayla.
Okay.
Okay, never mind.
Well, so you guys are officially making your jump. And once again, I missed my hyperspace opportunity. Oh well.
I failed my repair check.
Ooh. What happens on a fail? You just don't repair?
Doesn't describe it. So.
All right. Yep. So, unfortunately, no repairs that day.
Make the check once per hour.
Okay, once per hour then.
But anyway, but after that I go and I try to find Rayla.
Rayla, where are you? You guys are like in your first day of hyperspace travel.
In
I think.
hyperspace, you don't have to be at the bridge, I would think. I will be. I don't know. Probably wherever my quarters have been decided to be. I will probably take.
Roddick and Chen share the bed in the Seosphere.
Of all of the bunks you have, you guys choose to share the CO's double bed.
I think that I'll probably actually be reworking that shooting gallery, that one room. I'll probably have like a cot in the corner of it, not the shooting gallery.
Take out this wall.
I would like to
Cut
mention
rooms.
that the blaster range is not for overpowered weaponry, particularly if you like to use the crapper right at the end of it.
Yeah, be like blow right through this wall. Be like.
you see your prisoner on the toilet on the other side, and he just like looks through the hole.
I think I might actually try and set up a cot in this area since the CO's berth is vacant right now.
All
The
those
customs
rooms,
area.
you want to take customs to make your own.
Why would you not use any of the other crew quarters?
All this.
You have your own room.
I guess
like-
that's true.
Like you literally have room for like 16 people.
I want
I guess that's
this
a good
one
point.
because it's across from the largest bathroom.
I'm gonna
Anyway.
take this one because
You have a habit of
range.
habit of doing this. Like back on the shuttle in Stars Without Numbers, instead of sleeping in a quarters, you set a pressure tent up in the freaking cargo bay.
Your door gets a bump. Is really.
All right, so signal bumps the door outside your room, Rayla.
I think
open
I'm gonna-
it, looking straight forward and then look down.
Yep. There's a large trash can-like droid in front of you.
I know exactly which
and
quarter
what
see,
do you want?
You see, Koshi, you have been very quiet recently, Miss Rayla. Would you like to play a game?
Perhaps.
Global thermonuclear war.
Intergalactic thermonuclear
It's probably
war.
very old games, right now.
No, he has what's that game on Steam? Where everybody dies, and maybe you can lose the least. What game is that?
Oh,
Faster than light.
No,
it's
not that one.
No, he probably does have
Def
faster
Con.
than light.
Oh, I would totally play faster than light if he has that.
Oh yeah, FTL pops up.
FTL pops up, and you get like a little image of the actual Far Ranger, and you are like Commander Rayla Farseeker of the Far Ranger.
Would you like to spend 100 scrap to buy the turbo laser upgrade? Yes, I would.
You are in charge of your crew as you travel across the galaxy, opening airlocks to put out fires and potentially
roll.
space bunko.
Roll use computers to see if you can defeat the Yuuzhan Vong fleet.
Yeah. So yeah, you're playing video games with Signal. What is everybody else doing aside from stewing in their various detention cells?
Roddick's gonna hail over to Jin and tell him to meet me in the medical bay. I'm gonna bring the prisoner up for treatment, and then I am going to go down to the prisoner deck and retrieve Bunko.
Okay, all right. So Bunko, like,
I want to come back to Roddick, and because I'm busy trying to sleep right now, and I'm gonna ask him if that's really necessary.
Roddick will hail back and say, I'll calm you back if she does anything stupid. Roddick out. And I'll head down to the prisoner bay.
yeah, you make your way down to deck D, and after hours of being bored out of your mind, Bunko, the door opens, and once again the big armored brute steps in, just outside of the force field.
Chen's going to very reluctantly sigh and make his way over to the sick bay to wait for Roddick.
Roddick's going to step in and say, no tricks, no shape-shifting. Shape-shifting is now forbidden aboard this vessel. Remain in your natural form.
Kind of short for a stormtrooper.
Couldn't hear you over the hurricane in the background.
Kind of short for a stormtrooper.
Roddick's gonna kind of cross his arms. He actually liked the stormtroopers. It's pretty sad. So yeah, he's going to kind of look down to Bunko and say, you're pretty short for a supposed super agent, but you haven't done that much to impress me with your actions thus far. Outside of racking up a considerable list of charges. Are you injured?
Not anymore.
Taking you up to medical for a medical evaluation. We have a new medical droid.
I must
I
inform
recommend
you,
you
you may be
cooperate.
probed.
You just want to see
recommend
me
that
with
you
my clothes
cooperate.
off, huh?
I do not want to see any vile alien. I prefer they all wear armor. I'm going
I
to
don't have any
cross
clothes
his
on
arms.
right now.
He's going to cross his arms and say, do not care, alien. Make your way to the medical bay.
Alright, squirt the way.
Do you put the cuffs on the alien, or do you leave the alien uncuffed?
In this instance, I'm leaving the alien uncuffed. I want to see what the alien does. And I will start
So-
marching her to the medical bay.
So I see that we've finally moved the ship into hyperspace.
Right now, you're looking at considerable time is going to march along, and possibly more once we've investigated the issue of these supposedly stolen chips you were retrieving.
You know, 4 guys come into a bar and you guys just believe everything that they say. And what proof do you guys actually have of all this?
We have considerable proof you endangered an operation. I'm going to kind of push you along there. Sorry, I had a phone call coming in. I'm going to kind of push you along a bit and say, more importantly, you completely endangered the lives of several officers. You delayed this operation. Right now, you've also again, I may remind you, for impersonating an officer. I'm like going through it in my mind, the various things I can slap to charge you on. And
First of all, you gotta be an officer to be impersonated. All I did is give you guys a business card to tell you who I was because you guys were looking for me and didn't know where I was in this place. I come out with all my gear, and then all of a sudden you guys are in a fight with 5 others. How is that my fault? I would say the person that actually shot first is the person whose fault it was. Oh, that was you, wasn't it?
Braddock's going to cross his arms and say, your logic is not sound. You simply stole those chips, and it's clear. And I intend that you cooperate and tell us what you know about them when we get you to medical. I'm going to kind of cross my arms and say that, and you impersonated me not more than 2 hours ago. That's going on your record, criminal.
Cool.
Yes, he's just going to kind of march you up to medical, I guess, for the droid to scan you.
Yeah. So, Chen, you're waiting in the medical bay, next to Zeta 3. Zeta 3 is nervously kind of like tapping its fingers together. So I hear we have a patient for me to operate on. Like it kind of shifts its head towards you.
I don't know if you need to operate on her.
Are you sure?
All I care about I just find out if she's gonna live or not. That's all I care about.
Very well. It sounds just slightly disappointed. The door opens and Roddick escorts
as the door opens. I'm
Bunko
going to unholster my lethal option.
Okay. So yeah, the two of you walk in there. Ranger Concord and unnamed entity of undetermined species. Wait, no. Claudite, shapeshifter. How may I assist you today? It kind of taps its metal fingers against each other.
Give her the works, Doc.
It looks back to you, surprised.
Braddock will kind of push her forward and say to run
Initiating grade 1 diagnostic. You must be warned there may be probing. And it steps forward.
Ooh, probing.
So yeah, the medical droid does a full workup of Bunko. Are you guys waiting outside of the sick bay, in the other room,
No.
with the door open, maybe? Or are you
I'm waiting in the
there?
sick bay with my gun in my hand.
Okay.
I'm waiting in the sick bay with my arms crossed.
All the
you
more
always,
convenient to shoot yourself if you need to.
Do you always hold your gun?
So after 5 or 6 minutes, Bunko, are you doing anything during this time as this thing is prodding and poking you with various cold appendages?
I'm making it look like I'm enjoying it.
Okay. I think both of you are probably thoroughly creeped out by this. Eventually, the droid says, "The examination has been complete. The blood workup will be problematic. Claudite will take some time." It holds up a sample. I will have to diagnose this over time.
I'm going to take one long glance over Bunko, then I'll glance back at the droid and say to make sure to scan it for various transmissible diseases as well.
He
Something to
he holds
plague
up
on
a
the
finger.
ship.
I was going to bring this up in private, but on the subject of venereal diseases, there are 23. Like, he starts going into a list.
My immunity system is very high.
What
I
about
think,
illicit substances?
It turns back to you and it says, "Young lady, I am sure I do not need to inform you about the safety hazards of practicing unsafe sexual intercourse with multiple species of multiple genders."
I've never heard about this droid. Can you explain this to me?
I think that I'm going to turn and say that I recommend we classify the alien as a biohazard.
Processing. Under uploaded sector ranger law, this individual would have to be in quarantine for 7 days in order to classify as a biohazard. Shall I initiate quarantine procedures and begin analysis?
Works for me.
I'm going to pause for a second and say we might have a bit of a use yet, but yeah. Possibly we will be back very shortly for the full quarantine. Nonetheless, we'll take precautions. And I'm going to look back and say, if you want to cooperate, you should start cooperating now, prisoner.
I have been cooperating, gentlemen.
Data chips, what were they?
Well, data chips are chips that you put into the computer and you can.
Which data
save...
chips were stolen from the enforcers there? What were the names of the enforcers?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So it's just
Do
a
you
coincidence
mean,
with.
you mean those 4 guys that were attacking you? 5 guys that were attacking you, sorry.
I think I'm going to radio up to Signal and ask, are you occupied with the ship systems currently? We could use a spotlight down here in medical. I'm going to turn back to Bunko and say, explain.
Explain what? That you guys are a bunch of incompetent fools?
So that's just a
Fantastic.
coincidence then that right after you come and visit us, there's a gang of 4 thugs on your tail that come and try to kill us.
Yeah, so? Guys look like trouble follows you everywhere, apparently.
They were asking for you by name.
What was my name?
The same as on your card. And he's going to kind of flick his card. They described you as well. It was very clear who they were looking for.
How did they describe me?
As you first appeared to us, in your other ugly alien form.
So the Twi'lek, like your companion on the ship.
I do not hold her appearance against her.
You just said that, though.
I'm going to kind of just cross my arms.
Only one Twi'lek on this ship right now is ugly.
Speaking of which, maintain your original form, shapeshifter. There's no reason for deception aboard our vessel.
Alright. I changed myself into Roddick.
Do you really want to add a second charge of impersonating an officer? Because you have. And I'm going to make an immediate note down.
Then
I literally am
won't
filing
change
that.
out of this again so that I don't get a third.
N41 rolls into medical, looks around for dark place, does not see one.
The medical droid looks at you. Ah, unidentified droid unit. State your specifications.
So I respond back in binary. N41 S19 astromech droid, like blah 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 blah, technical specifications.
Medical droid, what occurs to one of these creatures if they are hit with the most heavy sedation that you have?
They resume their normal form, and they are further sedated.
Sedate the prisoner.
As you wish. And like the droid turns to a table, Bunko. You get like a feeling going up your spine. You have an imminent feeling that there is about to be something done to you. As the droid like pulls something from a drawer.
I want to say, hey Roddick, I have an idea. You know those stun cuffs of yours? Let's just put both of them on one of her arm at all times, and then we'll always know who she is, and we can neutralize her if need be.
Roddick kind of turns he kind of turns back and says, "That's not a half bad idea." Now I'm gonna pull out my stun cuffs. While I wait to see what Bunko's reaction is.
You see a message on from S41 N41 screen. Sergeant Concord.
Yes.
Well,
S41, it's the shame.
He's screaming it in binary. Can you speak binary, Bunko?
No.
I think if you're talking in binary,
yeah, it's like slow binary for you. But if you said you could listen to it.
Yep.
But
yep. I'll respond to it when you talk to me in slow binary.
If you request her cooperation in the operation on Varaxa, you may want to treat her with more courteous use. Otherwise, we might not be able to utilize her skills.
She'll cooperate. She won't want to be in the prison cell for very long. And she needs to learn that she must not maintain a deception on this vessel. And I'm going to kind of glance back at her and say, this will fix that problem.
She may be useful as being a decoy for our guest.
We'll brief her right before we release her.
How is Roddick talking in binary, by the way?
He doesn't talk in binary. He understands it.
So he's talking in normal speak.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes,
I am going to warn you, Signal, that you are starting to stray out of non-sentience.
Roddick's gonna turn to Bunko and see if he resists the fact that he's about to get sedated at all.
All I know is I was hired to do a job, and you guys are delaying my actions to do this job to get the mission done.
You will do the job when we get there. You'll be briefed on your deployment. I'm just going to
move me back to my cell, then, big hunkin' Dory.
I'm not gonna cancel the order to sedate her, especially since he still looks like Roddick.
All right, so you go ahead and move her out, not sedating her.
No, I'm gonna let her get sedated if she still looks like me. I'm
okay,
not gonna let her
Bunko,
go through
do
the
you
ship
resist?
looking like
Do
me.
you resist when Zeta 3 turns around with a hypodermic needle?
What's the sedation time?
It's gonna be a couple hours.
Then no.
All right. Yep. So you get knocked out.
She reverts back to her standard form. I'm going to look back to Roddick, and I'm going to or not look back to Roddick. Look back to Jin. I'm going to grab my stun cuffs up. I'm going to go over. I'm going to say, might need to borrow your binders if we actually need to pick up somebody. But I think you're right, Jin. I'm just going to snap the cuffs like over one arm, both of them. So yeah, like hopefully by the upper arm area, so it's not like immediately visible. But she's definitely want to keep her on instant stun remote.
Do you really think we want her help, Roddick? From our last run-in with her, all I know about her is that she's either dangerously incompetent or outright hostile.
I say we just dump her off looking like the target. Let whatever comes her way, and then we deal with it. Certainly do not seem very cooperative. I'm going to kind of glance down. Seems to fight authority in every way. Not who I'd expect to be working with. Rangers. These must be very desperate times. And I'm just going to kind of shake my head at the now unconscious Bunko. I'm going to say that the fact she keeps turning into an officer, that's dangerous. At the wrong moment, that could cause a serious breach of security. I'm going to kind of glance back and...
The right moment, it could cost us our ship.
Ruddock nods. It was a good idea with the stun cuffs, Jen. I think we're going to need them. And either way, let's get this thing back to the cell. And I'm going to start walking over to her.
Guess we both grab an arm and we'll just drag her over to the lift.
All right. You deliver the unconscious bunko down to the med bay, or down to the detention cell. And yeah, we resume our our transit. Does anything else interesting happen during transit? You have like another day.
How much can I heal without using a med kit? If I go back for a little bit more...
Well, I gave you your total that you would heal over the 48 hours.
Oh, okay, excellent. That makes complete sense. Yeah, I'll probably be down trying to rehabilitate myself to further, explain that. Maybe trying to do some workouts in the abandoned customs room.
I guess I
figure out
roll
what to do with.
to Roddick, and I'm like, Roddick, I could improve the technical specifications of your equipment.
Roddick's gonna stop for a second and say, that's something you're capable of, and he's gonna look very interested.
Credit investiture may be required for parts and other materials.
I think Roddick's gonna nod and say, as soon as we get a few resources to pick up some parts, I'm gonna take you up on that. I'm gonna kind of look down at the droid and say, do you have a current affiliation or any kind of authorization status? I'm gonna kind of glance to see if he's got like any ranger authorization or if he's just part of the ship right now.
He's technically owned by the Rangers. Like, he was purchased with the ship, and as such, he has like a slight maintenance budget to his upkeep.
Excellent. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna do kind of passing on the side. Hey, we'll get our hands on some parts after this job, and I'm sure we can come up with a few interesting things. I've got a few things in mind for you too. How do you feel about adding a targeting laser to your equipment? I'm just gonna kind of glance them over.
Targeting laser might go against third law. Not intended to harm sentient beings, though perhaps could be useful for aiming spotlight.
If you're going to bring that up, how did you justify having your blaster pistol?
I didn't know it exactly worked that way when I did that.
Okay, so...
But he has been alone for, who knows, 80 years.
Targeting laser is going... Yes. Targeting laser is going to be less program subversive than having a lethal weapon on you. So, you won't have a problem with the targeting laser if you already have something that can kill people.
Worth noting he's only fired it and stunned. But, yeah.
It has a lethal setting, though.
It does. Nerf gun.
Alright, so you guys, do you guys, like, talk at all about what you're going to do once you reach the system? This is something I definitely want to say as the GM to you guys.
I want to...
You guys have had...
Rayla and Roddick together with me, and with Signal, of course, so we can just sort of discuss what we're going to do once we fall out of hyperspace.
Whenever you have the opportunity to plan anything, you definitely should try. It doesn't necessarily mean spending 2 days like beating options around and like not choosing one, but coming up certainly with like a plan of entry and stuff like that is going to be very key to your survival. Thus far, the encounters you've had have all been not of your own initiative, and you've seen how those have gone. So you're definitely going to want to try to plan things out in advance as much as possible. So you're all called into the, I guess, the mess hall.
Right. Definitely gonna stride in.
So, planet. It's a jungle, yes, and we seem to have gotten no information about like where this supposed meeting is there. Do you know what we're supposed to do with this meeting? Like, I know we found out about the meeting, but we're supposed to break it up? We're supposed to arrest a bunch of people, I assume? I don't really know how that's going to work out.
Well,
I think
causing,
we're looking for some leaders of these organizations.
given our
Never should-
numbers, causing trouble isn't in our best interest. Our best bet is to watch and gather as much information as we can.
Yeah,
The
you
question
know,
is,
like,
how do we do that effectively?
yeah, you definitely know that arresting people is a great thing, and any of these three targets is a big deal. But like, if you can gain information at all, insight into the rest of their organization, that's a very big deal too.
So yeah, Roddick's gonna kind of glance and say, "What plan did you have in mind, Jin? As far as that alien we have on the hold, all I can come up with for her is to literally tell her to assume the form of that man's cousin and drop her in with nothing but, well, not really much of anything outside of monitoring equipment."
Yeah, but we don't know what he looks like, what he sounds like. We can get a rough description, but that's the best we could do. I don't know
I
if that's
bet we
going to be
make-
good enough.
We could send her in looking like our other prisoner. That would certainly get some attention, and but I don't think that would be very good for her. Not that he seems very sad about that thought. At this present time, Raddick's been
Well, getting in a bar fight wasn't good for you either, Roddick.
Roddick kind of crosses his arms and nods, and says that that was an
It
unfortunate
strikes me
situation.
that before any of this happens, we need information about like where it is or that. With us, didn't have much luck with Orville. It
Rayla.
seemed.
I think once we get the in system, if we're keeping a low profile, you could take your fighter up and see if you can spot any energy signatures on the surface of the planet.
I could perhaps do that. The odds would be lower of detecting the N1 rather than the Far Ranger, but it by no means is possible for them to detect it.
Now, well, if it's lower, if it's our best option to look at what we're leaping into, is have you run a little recon for us. Who can fly? I guess Jen can fly the Far Ranger during that time if we do that.
Well, we're coming out behind the moon, so hopefully we'll remain undetected when we jump in. Rayla can take her.
You do know that any time a ship enters a system, there is a burst of chronar radiation, but hopefully, the moon will do something to impact that, and maybe help hide your arrival. It's certainly not guaranteed by any stretch.
Well,
of
all they'll
imagination.
know is that a ship kind of entered the area. They wouldn't get our precise location or anything, right?
No. Well,
Okay.
they can attempt that, but that would be a very different thing.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking we have then Rayla can go scout the situation in her N1. If she does get spotted, that fast little thing is going to be hard to hit, and she can just run and hopefully take some of the pursuers with her. Let us get in and deal with the situation without any interference.
Assuming that the pursuers have fighter craft, I assume they do. They probably have at least some type of. If they're having if they're having a meeting on a jungle planet, I feel that they probably have some type of, I don't know, like a ship perhaps, some type that they have there.
Well, if they detect a burst of radiation from a jump coming in, and they see a little fighter running away, they might assume you're running back home, and maybe they'll follow you.
It is quite possible. The jump drive actually on Leary is a stronger drive than this ship has, though this ship is much larger.
This might not be in my wheelhouse, but given the plan that's being suggested, could I roll tactics to see if it sounds very good to me? If it sounds like it has a reasonable chance of success?
You're gonna have a -2 to it though,
That's
because
space
you're
tactics, right?
yeah you definitely well there's no space tactics, but you're not familiar.
Yeah,
Like
it's
you're definitely a
not my normal
terrestrial
ballgame.
cop at this point.
That makes complete sense to me. All right, I'm rolling into -2. Here we go.
Character, I know the check to with the fighter relies on stealth, and I don't have it.
It's
Can the
detecting.
astromech droid on board make the stealth check for her?
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, you're basically the co-pilot. Let me bring up the official little section here about detecting ships.
There you go, Cloud.
So, when a starship enters or exits hyperspace, it produces a short burst of chronon radiation. Any starship station or sensor array within the same star system can detect a chronon radiation burst with a DC-25 use computers check made as a reaction. Success indicates that the sensor operator detects the ship entering or exiting hyperspace and is aware of the point of arrival or departure. Tracking a ship through hyperspace also relies on presence. The rest of the description goes into figuring out if they can calculate the actual, like if they were trying to pursue you through hyperspace. I'm
So
going
if
to
they detect
say,
us, they know where we are, basically.
well, I'm going to say, because there are additional rules for sensors in the old edition, and this is why we're using some things from the old edition, that if let's say they're parked on the planet, it's not going to be as easy for them to detect things off planet. Like there's the planet's magnetosphere, the planet's atmosphere, and everything else. And then if you were further beyond and like behind the moon, there's going to be kind of like a step further than that. Again, there's nothing is sure. You do know that sending in the N1 has a better chance of sneaking in because it's a much smaller ship. The Far Ranger has basically a very pronounced negative when it comes to attempting to stay hidden. So while the pilot may not be great at it, and maybe the astromech can kind of override that. Regardless, the N1 would be much easier to hide than the Far Ranger. Maybe if you come in from like the far side of the planet and come in low, like the reason why we went to Star Wars is because we didn't want to get into a whole lot of detail that people did not like that. So we're kind of just playing it as it goes.
That's cool. I think that sounds reasonable then. Radical comment that he can man one of the gun turrets when you jump in.
Yeah, most notably the stealth check sets the DC to spot with the use computer function of the sensors. It does not help at all with like you cannot hide like plain sight. There's no way to hide from it. It just sets the DC to hide from sensors with a chip.
You're a lot smaller too.
Which is then just basically a straight up opposed check between the enemy's use computer versus our stealth, or vice versa.
So yeah, Radek turns to the others and says, "Sounds like we have a plan of approach then." Once we actually get there, though, he's gonna kind of look around and say,
Well, if we find the meeting, we still have the problem of getting us there. And we can't set the Far Ranger down too far away because the speeder won't be able to make it through dense jungle.
we could try to pose as bounty hunters, having collected the target the Syndicate was after. but then we would have to face the issue of turning over the target as soon as we landed, and that would not be good. Unless we were to turn over the decoy instead of the target. He kind of thinks about it for a second. I could live with that. I'm gonna look this in.
Well, she was hired for a job.
If we call in that we've effectively got the target they are looking for and ask for permission to land, they might let us walk right in if we can scrub the Sector Rangers logos off of our equipment. He kind of glances a bit. I know many bounty
Wolf-rated
hunters
under
wear my
every gun
armor.
they have.
We just have to hand over the target, which of course, our actual target will need to be safe and sound and hidden aboard this vessel.
You're
But we
well
can
aware
take
that your decoy has to agree to look like the target, and we haven't exactly been very nice to her.
Product turns and says if she doesn't agree, she's gonna spend a lot more time in the slammer. I'll see to it personally she gets at least 10 years. Person being an officer twice.
She doesn't
over an
agree.
authority.
She doesn't agree. We could all end up spending a lot of time in the grave.
Roddick nods and says it seems like our best bet for options. We can go talk to her. If that plan sounds acceptable to everyone. That way we won't even need to... we could still launch the fighter, have you run a little recon, Rayla. That's not exactly uncommon behavior for a bounty hunter. But we don't need to even launch in hidden. We can just go in the front door if we try it this way.
I see no reason not to try to hide the fighter. If nothing else, it's if they don't spot it, all the better. If they do, then they do.
If they don't spot it, then we have someone in the someone in our pocket as backup if need be, or to report our deaths if things don't go according to plan.
I will note, if their ship is of reasonable size, it is possible that my ship's weapons are not exactly up to spec, as it were. If it's any kind of sizable ship, it's likely they won't penetrate the shields.
Nods and says, how obvious is that? I'm sure you could probably bluff.
That depends how much they know about the ship. But even a powered-up laser cannon sometimes has trouble with a decent-sized shield.
Roddick nods and he looks over the rest of the assembled group here, and he kind of looks back to Jen and says, sounds like we have a plan then, assuming we can get the thing in the cargo bay to agree.
How will you locate the meeting?
We're going to call in, say we have a gift for them, and our gift will be the prisoner. Certainly, their people failed to take them on Centron. I'm sure there were reports of a shootout with the Rangers that were at that not long after it hit the media already. They'll probably assume that we lost the prisoner if we play it that way. As long as we have somebody that knows what they're talking about, handling the comms for this.
Well, this is a meeting between some, high-ranking criminal lords. I don't think they'd be too interested in what happens with off-planet prisoners. I think we might have a better chance at posing as security that chased down a potential spy headed towards the meeting.
Like kind of crosses his arms and says, "I don't know how we would pose a security. We don't really have any connections." And kind of thinks for a second. Bounty hunters is probably a little easier to pull off with a lot we have. What do you think, Rayla?
Bounty hunters and the like are the kind of people they would hire for, nearby security. We can't pose as security on the ground. We could pose as some agents working in their extended network, trying to keep this thing under wraps.
Posing as bounty hunter is one thing, visually. Talking like one is quite the other. Pardon me, Roddick, but you haven't been the most diplomatic of people.
Bounty hunters I know aren't exactly diplomatic either. Their diplomacy usually ends at the end of some sort of wrist weapon.
Do you feel you'd be capable of talking to them without citing the Sector Rangers code?
I could put it aside for a day or two, as long as we're on Sector Rangers business. Undercover work is respectable.
Roddick, make a willpower check. No, I'm kidding.
I might be tempted to investigate past what I'm supposed to, though. I can see myself doing that.
Erotic in any case. No offense, but you're not the most tactful speaker in our group, and I think once we get to talking, you might do best to just be quiet.
You can do
Possible
the
to
talking,
forge
yeah.
electronic documents also.
He's
That
gonna
was
turn
in
the
binary.
signal. He's gonna turn the signal and say that that'll definitely come in handy. Signal. He's gonna look back to the others and say, once we've settled on a plan, Signal here is gonna make us some papers. I'm not really sure papers would be a thing here, but
Bit of a
Signal's gonna forge us some emails.
strange choice for an astromech, but if he feels he can.
turns and said, "This is a very strange astromech." So yeah, he's gonna look to the others and see what the final plan is at the moment.
Well, at this point, I think having a loose framework with a lot of options is better than a plan until we can figure out exactly what's going on.
No, actually, to modify that plan further, do we know anybody that the Godfather syndicates really, really want that they haven't gotten? Like the most wanted of the mafia?
Let me see if you can make a check for that. There's definitely a lack of knowledge skills on your part that the crew basically cannot roll.
They desire the head of one erotic concord.
Maybe the bounty hunter plan might still work if we have a target. It's a bigger fish rather than the small fish we got actually on the bay. We've got their most wanted or something to deliver straight to the boss. It's going to be there. That's the kind of thing I'm
They
looking
also
for.
seem to have the man we have on our ship, the Ulrich, I think his name was. He was smuggling weapons. Yes. They could perhaps be interested in a load of those, whether we have them or not.
He nods and says that the weapon smuggling I don't think is going to appeal to the bosses in this case unless it's a large volume.
Okay.
Ship. No one said
You
that
can
actually has
make
a large volume.
you can make common knowledge checks without training. It's expert knowledge checks that you can't make without training in a skill.
I'd be able to maybe we would say something maybe Jin would know more of if I asked him.
Well, I mean, you're wanting to you're trying to know this, so you're gonna make the roll first to see if you know anything about it. It's
Okay.
not you're not going to assume that you know nothing. I would assume.
Knowledge about a criminal organization.
It's
sounds
going
kinda
to
like
be
expert.
it's going to be a common knowledge galactic lore roll.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, here we go. Only a +2, but that could be worse.
You know that the Hurricdar do not get along well with members of several other criminal organizations. Like they don't get along well with a lot of people. You certainly know they don't get along well with law enforcement, but they don't particularly put out bounties on law enforcement, stuff like that. They do put bounties out on people like Black Sun. Black Sun is like pretty much the most powerful criminal syndicate in the galaxy, and they're pretty much constantly at war with any other upstarts that they're kind of getting in their way.
I know any officers' names, or would I?
Oh no,
anything to
definitely.
ask?
That would be an expert knowledge check, and that would be something you'd have to be trained in.
Is that something Jin would know, or no? I guess I could.
Chen does not have training in galactic lore, I don't think.
Nope.
I think Radek's gonna nod and say that I'm open to any plan you're thinking, Jin.
What's the thought, Roddick? We have a hired shapeshifter spy in our midst. and she seems to think she's pretty good. So why don't we send her down and let her try to do her spying thing? We come in as local agents, well, I guess local enforcers, trying to weed out this spy, this Black Sun spy that's trying to spy on the meeting. We can find her going about her activities, take her down, and buy ourselves a lot of legitimacy in the organization.
Thought it's gonna turn and say that's not a half bad plan. I suggest we could say we were, I guess, hired bounty hunters of some sort, or possibly investigators. I'm not sure what would be the best term, but I like the idea.
If we have reliable info that there's a Black Sun spy in their midst, I don't think the details of where we came from are going to be terribly important to them.
Very
Even
well.
more so if we help them out by finding her.
Seems like a plan to me. Maybe we should consult the prisoner and consider it a go then? I'm going to kind of look to everybody.
Do we have any ability to track her? Could the medical droid put a tracking device in her? Do we have anything like that?
Man. I think I'm going to institute a luck save in this game because that's something that would be really handy. Roll a d20.
God damn it.
Not only do you not have any actual like tracking probes, I think you're down there consulting with Zeta 3, and it turns to you, Chen. It says, Officer Nevada, I was doing inventory. I believe we are short on several supplies that were reportedly in our medical facilities. Like, it hands you a list, and it's like, ostensibly, you were looking for like a very particular thing, and you're probably actually going to need to restock next time next time you're in port. It looks like you were actually short a few things on the manifest that might be vital.
Yeah. Well, that sucks.
You do not have good requisition luck, man. Requisition officers and us do not go get along.
Well, we do know one way we can find her. Your stun darts will always do the trick, Roddick.
So what do you guys decide to do?
All show
What
up
do you
outside
guuse
of Bunko's cell.
Okay, so like your door opens up, Bunko. Like, you open your eyes, and I think maybe you do a double take because I think there's like there's like 3 beings and a droid in the doorway.
You can't all fit in here.
We got a job to do. Time to do it.
Oh yeah, what's the job?
We're headed to a Hurricdar meeting. Lots of bigwigs there. We want to sneak you in, have you gather as much intel as you can, then get out nice and quiet.
Alright. Who am I posing as?
Are you posing as whoever you need to get the job done? Aren't you the expert spy here?
We could possibly get a sketch of our other guest's cousin for an initial survey. If he doesn't run into this doppelganger, might give him a chance to find a new form. Give her a chance to find a new form. Gonna kind of cross his arms. How's that sound?
It's a
B.
he. I can't disguise my voice currently.
He's gonna kind of cross his arms and
Really? Is that not a thing you can not do?
That is level 3.
Oh wow, you
Disguise your
you make
kids.
that was a really awkward choice to make yourself a Wookiee.
Braddock is even funnier. It's just like Braddock's talking in Bunko's voice. So yeah, Braddock's gonna cross his arms and say, well then, we might have a problem. What would you suggest for your infiltration plan?
Do we have a problem? Just drop her in and she can observe and adapt. There's gonna be plenty of guards there.
It does sound like it was in her mission description. I'm gonna kind of glance back to Bunko and say, if you do this, I'll put in a good word against your multiple charges. You're looking at some hard time otherwise.
I think Bunko, at this point, you definitely know that like you don't know exactly the veracity of all of the things he's been threatening you with. You do know, however, that you were contracted to help these people, and since that time, you've been shot, you've been locked up.
Yeah, I don't trust these bastards. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
hired to do a job, but and they're telling me what the job is, but
They've
yeah,
basically
I don't trust
been
them worth a
you
damn.
were hired to work with these people, and all their interaction with you has been basically to treat you like a slave. Like you've been basically locked up and kept as like a prisoner slash slave.
Not really a slave, just a prisoner.
Yeah,
I don't know how they're doing
really,
labor.
Well,
Another perp.
you're technically expecting her to do things for you, and now you're like basically giving. I'm just going to say, Bunko, you realize that this is not what you were promised at all.
But I got a job to do. I promised a favor to an old friend, and if this is what they want to do, then this is what they're going to do. But I'm going to be absolutely looking over my shoulder at all times.
I'm gonna lean in and say, if you do this right, we'll let you ride in the quarters on the way back.
So what is
Might need to roll deception on that. I'm not sure if I'd actually let her ride in the quarters.
what is mission success here?
Mission success is we don't all die. The more information we can gather, the better.
We want to find out what this meeting's about. Must be some sort of major power shift or some sort of deal going down, and we want the details.
All right, knowing what the mission's about.
Well, I guess Will you show her the data pads in? I'll probably turn in the motion to your pad and say, explain the mission outline.
You know, toss her the data pad and say, here's everything we know about it, because presumably I've been putting that sort of information from Orville into my data pad.
Yeah, there's not a lot. Like literally all the datapad has is there's a Hurrik-Dar meeting between 3 individuals that you know are going to be there, basically like the bosses of the operation.
And we have their names, right?
Yeah, Eden Kreth. He's a Deveronian male. Zalandra, she's a Feline female. And Corvano Atan, a human male by all accounts. They're going to be meeting there. It's supposed to happen tomorrow, like you guys are still in hyperspace, and it's supposed to happen in the Vendaxa system, which is like very remote. Other than that, you have absolutely no information.
All right.
What are the limits on size when it comes to shapeshifting?
I can be anything from small to large.
Oh, this is a jungle after all, so being smaller might be helpful.
How small or how large? I'm gonna kind of cross my arms.
Small
Become
or
a bird?
large. Those are
Be an
specific
Ewok
sizes.
or a Wookiee.
So I think you can't simply become a bird and fly over this place.
Be a very large bird.
Her shapeshifting has to be into another humanoid form.
Okay.
Also, it can't be like 30-foot tall colossus or something, probably.
Ranging from Jawa size to Wookiee size.
Yeah, I only can go one size up or down, and I'm medium.
Roddick's gonna nod and look Bunko over and say that we'll go with whatever mission deployment you want. As long as you pull this off. If you screw up, you won't have to worry about us.
We're short on
Let's hope you're as good
information,
as
so
they say you are.
we're just gonna kind of have to take things as they come and adapt as best we can.
So I think we switch scenes as we adapt as best we can. And the Far Ranger emerges into the Vendaxa system.
I definitely want to be on the guns when we pull in.
Doing one last minute check here.
Wookiees are medium, really?
They are the high end of medium, but the book listed as medium.
Wow, that's kind of surprising. I figured Wookiees would be like something a little bit bigger than medium, like just.
They're medium with a high strength swarm mod.
I think large would be like those big, like, part whale guys or something.
Yeah, they're large. The Hurlock.
Jabba the Hutt would be large, maybe, or would he be bigger
I
than
think
large?
Hutts can be bigger than large.
So a baby hut, maybe.
Baby Hutts are actually really small.
Oh yeah, they're like little
Like a
slug
cat-sized
things or
slug.
something.
And now I can't find the rule I was looking at for create false documents, so I'll have to make something up.
I think
Right,
it's
so-
under deception.
It's deception.
Yeah.
You emerge behind the moon of Vendaxa. It's a barren, airless moon, no name, and immediately revert to real space.
Like, arrival confirmed in Benner.
Yep. So beyond is the Vendaxa system, and you sense. Let's see here. I guess give me a use computers roll. I think for your sensor roll.
Anybody want to assist? Or you let the droid
Am
do
I
it?
out of my cell?
I will
Yeah, you're
assist
apparently
you,
out of your cell.
but I think your check's better than mine, so actually do these.
Just asking.
I will make the assist roll. If I get my thing up.
Do I assist or is it just one assist?
There's only one assist for this.
I failed.
Not an assist.
I rolled a 2.
Okay. So you emerge behind the moon, and you immediately pick up like a at least one, possibly more hyperspace like wakes in here or in system leading towards Vendaxa. You also detect that there are multiple signals somewhere on Vendaxa on its its actual I guess it's not the facing side towards you. It would be, if you were looking at it, it's the left side, like the western side of the planet as it is currently facing you.
So, like,
I create a
daylight
visual
side?
representation of these signal traces and stuff on the main view screen.
Yeah. It looks like several signatures, but you can't get an exact reading. Less than a handful, more than one or two.
Can you get a location of it?
You
I guess how precise of a location can we get on it?
Yeah, you like the longer you remain behind the moon, the more determined the location you can to be. I actually am rolling some other things right now though for 1 second.
Uh-oh. That can't be good.
That cannot be good at all.
So you, you definitely pick up roughly. I guess I'll put a marker on the planet. Draw shape. You definitely pinpoint a location on the planet. It looks like several ships are put down in an area of the jungle, but you can get no more information than that without doing some sort of orbital flyby.
Shall I prep Leary for a flyover then?
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna need. We need some eyes in the sky.
Right. So you decide to head back to the N1. Rayla, you suit up in your flight suit. Is Signal coming along?
I was gonna say, I roll up Rayla. Shall I accompany you, Miss Rayla?
Indeed. I think it's already been modified to fit you. I believe
Right,
it's
so yeah,
captain,
you,
right? I think.
Yeah, I think so. So you make your way to the lift, and everybody kind of watches both of you get in there, and you're sealing your helmet up as that happens, and you take the lift to the top of the ship. The lift doubles as an airlock here, and you wait for the airlock to seal, and then depressurize, and the lift further lifts you up onto the top of the Far Ranger, and out in front of you, you see like just peeking out from beyond the moon, you see like the verdant green of Vendaxa, and very close, like only several miles off, you see the pockmarked surface of Vendaxa's moon, and you
Beautiful planet, but not a very pretty moon.
yeah, I guess you float out of. I think you probably can float out of the airlock. I know Signal can mag clamp, but I think does your flight suit come with mag boots?
I don't think it mentioned any if it does.
Okay, so you float out and drift back towards the rear of the ship, located just over the engines. You have your docking clamp, all of them barren except for the one currently holding your N1 starfighter, and Signal, you roll across the top of the deck, magnetized to it, and eventually roll up to the ship. It takes a few minutes, especially for Signal, to get situated in. Normally, astromechs require like special machinery, and there is like basically a loader here you've had installed, but it's hard to get him in here in 0G. But you do. And Signal slides in up from the bottom and eventually appears at the top of the N1 and slots in. That is correct, Roddick.
Good to know.
And Rayla, you go through your pre-flight sequence. I assume somebody is on the bridge, probably monitoring this.
Leary, time to fly again.
I think
System
you-
boot up confirmed across Rayla's screen on front.
Yep, there's a screen, like a panel right next to your controls, and you get like a full text readout from Signal.
Okay. Ready to go? I will decouple the ship, or do I have to calm them to decouple it?
You have to calm them.
I think we're ready to go, Roddick, if you'd like to decouple the ship.
Alright, detach them, Jin. I'm going to swivel the turret.
Alrighty. Detach.
You decouple and you see that one of the laser turrets is actually tracking you the whole way.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and so this fairly sleek, elegant fighter detaches from the very, very not sleek, not elegant space transport.
Very well, N41. Set a course for Corellia. No.
All right. So, what is your goal here?
The goal would probably be to get a flyby to get a more accurate picture of what is going on down below. But I don't know how we're going to manage that without getting seen. I don't know if that's possible at all.
You could potentially kind of slingshot around the back of the moon, kind of the far side of the moon from where you are, and use it as an approach vector for the opposite side of the planet. It'll basically put you into the dark side at the moment. Again, there's going to be a period of time where you're not shielded by either planet or the moon, but there's at least going to be probably quite a lot of jungle and some surface of the planet between you and the ships. You could plot a course to basically, deorbit and enter the atmosphere, or maybe go high and orbit from very high up. It's up to you. And kind of approach from along the planet. You just know that the least advisable course of option is just heading straight there.
No. I don't want to... I think I would probably just do a closer orbit scan, so that theoretically it's probably still mostly out of sight.
Okay.
They probably could see it, really, but it'd be probably really small, I would imagine.
All right.
Get a better scan than what we had from the moon.
I attempt to minimize our electronic signature.
Excellent. All right, so what we're going to do is, since you're focusing on stealth, that means Rayla's probably focusing on the actual navigation then. You can assist each other with each other's checks, but you're going to have to make a check individually. So for the first one, let's get a use computers roll from Signal to see how well you assist Rayla in navigating, like plotting a trajectory to the planet and plotting one that will be feasible.
Successful assist.
Okay. All right. So Rayla, roll use computers +2. This is to determine basically your flight path.
Righto. +2. Put in a mod of 2 and other bonfires.
Ooh, that's definitely good.
What
All
do
right,
you-
yeah, you get a very solid. I think maybe it's been a long time since you did anything like this, and you actually get to plot a course using the gravity of the moon as a slingshot, and you have a good time with this, and you roll very highly on it. Now, you're going to be trying to dampening your sensors here, but a lot of your stealth roll is going to be also inputted into your course. It's going to be just how trimmed can it be, and how much are you exposing yourself to their potential signals. So for this one, Rayla, this is actually representing you doing the piloting during this process, but it's going to be a stealth roll. And this is going to be to help Signal, because he's the one primarily concentrating on this.
All right. Let me look. I think there's might be yes, there is a stealth thing applied from the ship.
Because your ship is a junker.
Yes, I have a -2 on this check.
Okay.
Wait, what's the
Before, let me look something up real quick.
I actually have a +1 off of my.
Don't roll it yet. There's one thing I want to look up.
What is the size modifier for a gargantuan class ship?
-5. Whatever your skill is, and then plus whatever the dex or the int or whatever you're using from the ship. If using the computer, it's +1 for this ship, so it'd be a -4 effectively.
The Starship Destiny was in Starships of the Galaxy, correct?
Scum and Villainy, I believe.
Oh, okay. Scum and Villainy.
Here we go, page 53.
All right. Maybe annotate that at the bottom of your character sheet so we can access this quickly.
Nothing about any checks except pilot on there.
You don't get... I thought there was a benefit for acting in accordance with your destiny. Is that literally just replaced with your pilot bonus?
It functions differently. I don't think it expresses
I'm gonna give you-
like that.
I'm going to give you a +2 to the roll because you specifically chose to use your ship for this instead of the Far Ranger.
All right, I have a effectively a +3 then.
All right, go ahead.
I've got two windows open. I lost it now. I gotta roll it on the fighter. Still is.
While this is happening, what is everybody else like doing? Are you guys just literally just glued to the sensors and watching this? Is anybody preparing anything?
Radio over to Jen and say, if this works, how are we planning on getting Bunko onto the planet, or B onto the planet first? Are we gonna land and deploy her, give her a head start, or are we gonna try to land and deploy her at the same time? It's gonna be tricky to insert her first.
Actually, I have a. It says I have a +9. It must be. It's still being based off pilot. It must be something about using pilot for stealth when you're in a ship. I'll look it up later.
I'm
Go
going
ahead
to
and
tell
roll it.
Roddick that
Ah,
we're
that's
gonna
not
wait for the scans to come back, and hopefully an opportunity
I
presents itself.
rolled complete crap. I rolled a 2. It's only a 10, I think.
Why is that not correct?
I looked at it and wrote 9 in the modifier instead of 2.
Okay.
So it'd be an
Alright.
11.
All right. So you do technically succeed in aiding Signal. Signal, you get a +2.
Alright, so how do I roll this? Do I use the ships? Do I use mine?
The only difference is you get a minus. It's a -5 to the check, right?
It's a -5
Because of the-
+3, so it's effectively -2.
Where's the +3 coming from?
It factors in the dex from the starfighter.
Okay.
The
All right.
size of the ship gets -5, then the dex gives +3.
All right. So -2.
Instead of my dex.
Your stats have nothing to do with the ship, as far as I know. Your skill rank matters.
Yeah. So you're rolling use
I'm trained in it.
computers.
For
Yeah.
stealth.
You use
I'm also
your
trained
skill
to use
rank,
it.
but the ship's dex modifier.
So it's
So
what
what-
you rolled +5.
I guess, yeah. Well, let's... It automatically puts your dex in there. So just roll a d20, and we'll figure it out.
I will use
Okay.
mech.
All right. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we don't have to figure it out.
That's better.
So yeah, you. I think you disappear from sensors on the Far Ranger sometime during the transit to the planet, and yeah, you're definitely out of contact. You get. Let's see how. I think this only takes 15 minutes.
I think it was less than that, wasn't it?
Orbit to planet's moon, 10 to 30 minutes. I'm going to say this is going to be a 12-minute flight. So you successfully slingshot around Vendax's moon, and somewhere on the far side, the N1, along with Rayla and Signal, just disappear from your sensors. Everybody aboard the Far Ranger. And you can only assume that things are going to plan. So, 12 minutes later, you enter orbit around Vendaxa on basically like the far side of the planet, and you begin an orbital trajectory over the site in an attempt to get some sensor information.
Yeah, looks like we're approaching location N41. You want to prep that scan?
And ready.
All right. I'm assuming you're helping with this, Rayla. I think for the purposes of any action with astromech and pilot and a fighter, I'm just going to assume people are helping because I know they're going to. So give me I guess a use computers check, Rayla.
Can do. 21.
Does your ship have any special modifiers negative to your sensors, by the way?
That's already factored into that roll.
Okay. I think since this is happening, this is going to be a thing, we need to give Foster permission over the N1 as well.
Foster, what is your current use computer skill?
5. If my int doesn't factor or anything. If my
There
int
you go. Right.
if my int factors, it's 8.
You can now bring up the N1, Foster. We'll need to add you to the crew assignments in the future, but roll a use computers check, and as long as you're
it says equals crew members use computer checks, so I just use roll mine, right?
Oh no, we can do it right here. We can add another player.
Yeah. Now, you use the ship's sensor score, though, right? Which is based off of the ship's int.
I believe so, yes.
All right, so you're going to be rolling use computers.
Yeah, there's a tick box for include vehicles int for use computer.
Yeah.
I guess it's additive.
I don't think it should be additive. Anyway, just give me a use computers roll. We'll try to speed this up in the future.
Yep, sorry. I'll try to work this out later.
Ah, shit. Well, it's
Don't worry,
a 2.
guys.
It's
First
terrible.
time we've done much for space combat. Or
There's a
space
plus
time
20 on there
combat,
that
but
shouldn't be there. I typed 2 and it went 20. So it's actually very bad.
It's a really low roll then.
All right, so 2.
3,
then...
6, 11.
Okay, all right.
Well, 13.
13. 13. Yeah.
All you get is that there are 3 ships parked down there. You get no other information. You do get like a return sensor. It does not seem to lock on to you, but you do get the sense that there is like some sort of sensor down there that is active. And you dare not do any more in the way of active sensors as you pass over, lest they detect you. But you managed to get the information. There are 3 ships down there, nothing else. They're all parked in the same basic proximity. Unfortunately, no satellite maps or anything like that.
Pity.
Atmospheric conditions interfered with scan.
Yeah, there is a very, very dense atmosphere down there. The whole planet's basically covered in jungle.
Right. Don't think we can manage to get a close look at it the way things are. They detected if we got too close. We probably should head back.
All right,
If you
so
say
you
so, Miss Rayla.
so you wait another like I guess another 5 or 6 minutes to orbit around the far side of the planet, and then make your way all the way back to the ship. Let's get another use computers to plot your trajectory.
Lee Foster assists on that, yes?
Yep.
Go ahead.
That's a successful assist. It's very confusing how people slot in when the ships are given base stats. That's a success. All right. And let's get another stealth. Gotta love those crit rolls there. Piloting is used for actual maneuvering of the craft. Use computers is like used for like actual using the computer to plot trajectories and like sensors and stuff like that.
It's worth
So
noting the piloting skill is used for a lot of these checks I'm rolling are based off of what I input in the piloting skill bracket for the ship.
Yeah.
Flat die roll was a 15, whatever it's modified by.
All right.
I'm trained in it, so it's at least a 20.
Minus 5 plus 1.
Minus 5 plus 1 is 16. Kind of weird.
Ooh. Okay. All right. So, you are on the way back to the Far Ranger. You've made it like again to the far side of Vendaxa's moon, and you are literally orbiting behind the moon. Give me a use computers roll.
Who? Me?
Whoever is, I think probably Rayla, because you're really focusing in on keeping stealthy, I think.
Alrighty.
This is actually, do you have a perception score for your ship? Like, is that a roll you can make?
It uses use computer if you're in a ship.
Yeah, make that. Okay, so you are very nearly back to the ship when you pick up a starship drive signature from one of the craters on the moon, and you are literally like pulling up to the ship when like this sensor blip just kind of activates, like definitely on an intercept course, coming around from the dark side of the moon.
Far Ranger, I've been detected by a ship and I'm being engaged from the moon.
Jen, if we're gonna make this work, we might need to hail. Sorry about that. We might need to hail them early. I'm going to hail up to the bridge. Braddock is going to let Jen do the talking here. He is not going to try to hail anybody himself, if he decides to.
All right, I'm gonna tell Rayla to keep headed in. You know, kind of no sudden movements. Don't do anything that might look suspicious unless
It is
unless
on
they
an
do something
intercept course,
first.
Far Ranger.
Yeah, they seem to be burning space very quickly.
Oh, how close is Rayla to us?
She's almost on top of you, and she only detected them at the last minute.
Okay, so she's really close to us, and this
So are
other
they.
ship is really close to us. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and open a frequency and hail them. Hopefully,
I'm just keeping the weapon charged.
All right, so it's registering as a pursuer class ship. Ironically enough, yeah, you open a hailing frequency to them. You immediately get a like a return from it. Can you give me a use computers check, Chen? This is something that I'm seeing if you're going to be aware of, but it's more of a computer's knowledge thing.
Can I aid him?
Oh.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, you get an immediate return. Voice only. And you get the following message. Far Ranger. Do not approach the planet Vendaxa. Repeat, do not approach the planet Vendaxa. Stand down, prepare to make contact.
who is
It's-
this?
The channel cuts off immediately.
Alex says, hide your patches. He's gonna notably take some random stuff, or like a random patch, just like some insignia, and try and patch it over his Sector Ranger patch on his armor. He's going to make sure that we hide any trace of anything that says Sector Ranger on it, and we're gonna let them on board.
You put a sticky note over it.
I'm gonna open a comm to Rayla really quick and say, stay close to us and stay in the air. Roddick, stay on the gun.
Very well.
Do you have any use for the prisoners in? Thinking if we want to execute the plan, we'd have to change it if they detect it.
That is a very strange looking ship.
That's one fugly ship.
I'll just stay on alert for now. See what happens.
I'll keep the gun powered up.
All right. So, I have a very important question to ask. I think Concord and Nevada on the subject of IFF transponders and transponder codes. Would you have made sure that, I guess it's not even made sure, would you have had a request that the ship not be registered to the Sector Rangers? And I bring this up because it's something you cannot change in terms of, you can't change the transponder. The transponder is basically kept track of by the Bureau of what is it? It's the BOSS. It's the Bureau of Starship. Bureau of Ships and Services. It has a prior history, but why I bring it up is if you guys do not have it registered as a Sector Ranger ship, you're going to have to convince people when you are on official business. On the other hand, when you are attempting to lay low like this, it's going to show up as whoever it's registered to.
Here's a question with the IFF. Is there any history or examples of pirates or bounty hunters or people, maybe smugglers, that literally tear their IFF out or disable it when they're running,
Oh,
running
yeah.
through systems?
Absolutely.
I'm
Highly
thinking
illegal
that
to do so.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
it is.
that I would-
It is super illegal. And you can be opened up like on site with like, if a, let's say an Imperial patrol ship came by, they could just open up fire on you because it is basically a sign that you are a pirate.
I'm thinking under the circumstances, I might have tried to convince Jin that that might be something that we could do under the special circumstances thing, and maybe disable it before jumping in here rather than trying to reprogram it. Because I'm pretty sure that we would be registered as a ranger ship. I can't picture it not being, but I also don't think we want to broadcast that.
So wait, is that something we can do? We can kind of turn it off and on at will.
No, the transponder is built into the hyperdrive.
So
But to disable it, we'd have
okay.
to really disable it.
You would have. I'm willing to let you guys do this. I was listening very carefully, and it never came up during planning. I'm willing to say that it might have occurred to you guys, and maybe you had Signal make an attempt before you guys actually had it left the ship.
Well, here's what I
No,
think. I
appreciate
mean,
that.
when we kind of like headed out from Denon way back when, I mean, it was kind of like a fairly simple operation. We were like gonna go, pick up a suspect, sort of, as sector rangers. So, I mean, it seems to me like, that the transponder probably would have been registered
Yeah.
to the sector rangers if
I agree with
if the
that.
guy that gave us the ship, decided
That's-
to do that.
That's what I was thinking because I mean, I was leaning 95% towards that. I was wondering if you guys had a strenuous objection towards it. If you guys...
Basically, as far as I'm concerned, it's kind of up to like our commanding officer. Basically,
Yeah.
like
Well, they
would he
own
have
the ship.
registered it, or would he
They
just
would
kinda,
have.
like,
They
fuck
would
it?
have had the ship registered. It's just if you guys had strenuous objections, maybe you would have been able to persuade them not to. But on the flip side, it would have made dealing with officials on planets much more difficult.
I'm thinking that I would have probably asked Signal to see if we could outright disable it before we arrived in system at some point during this last jump. That seems like the most reasonable course of action.
Yeah, I mean, if that was possible, I think that would have been like a good idea. But if it's not, then there's not much we can do.
Yeah. So I'm willing to have said that you guys could maybe see if Signal could tamper with the hyperdrive after you guys arrived in system to turn it off. I will say there will be consequences if there's a failure or something like that. Is this something that you guys would have done, though? Because it is certainly known that pirates and smugglers and stuff have turned their transponders off, but it is literally hard fused into the hyperdrive, and it's
Possible
like that for a very
repercussions
specific
on fail.
reason.
Hyperdrive may not be functional.
I'm still gonna suggest that we do it because I think without doing it, we have like 0 chance of success. So, what do you think, Jen?
On the
I
other
probably
hand,
would get you to vote in on this.
we could be particularly good, bounty hunters posing in a stolen sector ranger ship to, further our own ends and make it easier for us to operate.
Trying the corrupt ranger angle might work some places, but I wouldn't try that here.
Because otherwise, the hailing message would have said "Registered Sector Ranger Ship, stand down and prepare for contact." Depending on how this goes, that little message may be slightly retconned.
So would everybody be in favor of disabling it or no?
I mean, I sort of have a feeling that, this mission is, shaping up to be kind of a one-way trip, so I wouldn't really object too much to kind of fucking with the transponder.
You guys are essentially in Lethal Weapon right now. The thing about Sector Rangers is they're expected to have to survive for themselves, and you're expected to get into very crazy situations.
Oh god, good luck.
It's not a
Signal.
safe job.
This might be the most important role you make.
Is that a yes?
Yep, give it a try, Signal.
Anybody want to assist?
Does anybody have the mechanic skill trained? And I do say trained.
I do.
I do.
All right, one person is going to be able to help with this.
Who has the mechanics skill?
Who has the most experience operating on starship engines aside from Signal? I think that's probably your best bet.
Besides, the time this would happen, Bunko would have been locked up.
Yeah. All right. So give me a roll, Rayla, to see if you assist. Okay, that's a successful assist. Now, Signal, I'm not going to tell you your DC here because honestly, I don't think there's a DC specified. Oh, actually, I think there is. Page 53. Let me go look that up.
What should be like some astronomical number?
We're about to find out.
Let me look this up real quick because there is actually a reference page.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I can guarantee you it's not easy.
Guaranteed not.
Altering transponder codes. Oh, it's actually built into the sublight engines. That actually might be worse, to be honest. You can mask your ship's code, making it impossible to read, or you can disguise your ship's code, making it look like a different code. Mask transponder requires only you to reroute engine power to overheat the transponder director, but if your mechanics check to install the modification fails by 10 or more, you destroy the sublight engines, in addition to losing the cost of the modification. Furthermore, a mask transponder is immediately apparent to anyone who detects your ship, attracting the attention of the authorities. A disguised transponder transmits a second signal that modifies it. Basically, you have to have a legitimate, or I guess maybe false, set of second transponder codes.
Just disabling it sounds like the way to go then. God help you if you destroy our sublight engine. I don't see any other alternative. I mean, we can't just come in here and be like, Sector Rangers freeze. Well, that would be pretty funny. We could go out in one hell of a blaze of glory right now.
Well, you have to consider kind of like our... Well, I mean, honestly, with this whole transponder business, I mean, I think our plan to sort of try to just kind of like land the ship and pose as like bounty hunters was probably extremely flawed from the start. Knowing what we know now.
Well, nobody thought about it. I can give you guys hints and stuff.
It's not unreasonable that IFF would exist in this universe. I just wasn't thinking about it.
I did not actually know this was a thing until now, but yeah.
Oh, I guess it's all on you.
I knew it
Signal.
was.
One second, I'm
Stuff,
still reading it.
Think about it.
Don't murder us, please.
Well, currently they have 4 ships. If this guy's actually not like an undercover agent or something.
I mean, the only way we have a chance of making this mission work kind of is if, I feel like, if we like mask our transponders. So...
Alright, it doesn't actually give me a DC. It does give me some things to go off of, though. Just give me a mechanics check and don't roll a 1 or something 1 adjacent.
Get your assist.
Well, that's good.
Oh, thank God. That's actually a pretty solid roll, man.
Is that a 17?
17, total 33.
Alright. You are able to overheat the transponder director. However, you've never done this before. You don't necessarily know the precise
Temperature.
yeah. You're going to want to watch this. You're going to have to keep an eye on this. The longer this goes on, the more you're probably going to have to make another check to maintain it if it goes on for a long time. But yeah, you've successfully managed to basically blank your transponder. And yeah, this ship pulls in only about 2 minutes after Rayla and Signal have docked with the Far Ranger, I assume.
I was told to stay on station.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, Rayla, you see the I guess that's kind of funny. You see the ship pull up, and it begins making its way towards the starboard airlock. And as it passes, I think signal, like you turn your head and zoom in. Can you turn your head?
I think I have a camera facing each direction.
Oh, wow.
You're like a battle mech.
That's awesome.
Great little hack job, Nick.
You zoom in on this ship and you get the following image. Like on their hull plating as it moves in to dock at the starboard airlock.
Out of character, I know what it is.
I displayed that image to Rayla.
Yeah, there's like a grainy version of that image displayed on your screen. You probably know what this is too. They're a thing. This is definitely some sort of Mandalorian symbol.
Mandalorians definitely have no love for the Hutts, that's for damn sure.
I was gonna say, should we prepare to meet them in an airlock, or should I prepare to meet them in the airlock?
Can I
don't
do
want
a
to leave the
coded
gun.
channel? Is that a thing I can do?
Like a coded channel to
Like,
what?
Is there? I imagine there are like private comms between me and the ranger, or is it? Like,
Yeah.
I inform them that there's a Mandalorian symbol in that ship.
Yeah. Most notably, this ship is actually sporting a transponder that is active. And it is currently registered as. Where did I write it down? I think it's the Red Vengeance.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And like a moment later, there's a ka-chunk as this ship docks up against the
Most
starboard
notably,
airlock.
that ship is theoretically as big as ours as far as the system is concerned.
Well, the system is very loose.
It's relative.
I wouldn't bring that up since we're not operating on a hex grid. It'll only confuse people. So yeah, there's a ka-chunk, and this thing docks to the side of the ship. What does everybody do?
I think
I'm
Braddock's heading up to the airlock.
Yeah, I'm definitely heading to the airlock.
All right, I'll switch this over real quick so everybody can get an idea as to where this is occurring. I think you guys are like passing in the hallways. You go down to Deck C and you pass Med Bay, and Zeta 3 pokes his head out. Is there some sort of commotion happening aboard? Shall I ready sedative patches?
Keep the surgery equipment warmed up. I'm gonna comment as I step by.
Very well, Ranger.
My
Like, it kind of
surgery
moves
equipment is
back in.
always sterilized.
You hear a yeah, and you guys make your way past deflector control and over to the airlock, which is now extending from the hull. So you guys like, who all is there? Is Bunko, Chen, and Roddick all you there with like your arms and equipment?
I'm not sure if I would let Bunko into the first contact. I'm going to probably tell Bunko to, if we even have Bunko released, I'm probably going to keep Bunko currently. Well, in this situation, I think right before anything happens, I'm going to slap stun cuffs on her arm.
Does Bunko have a comm right now?
If Bunko has his equipment, yes.
Does Bunko have her equipment?
I think Bunko has her equipment because we're sort of, kind of getting prepped up for the mission here, so...
Roddick's going to actually slap his stun cuffs right on her arm. And he's going to say that,
Well, I was going to say I want to talk to Bunko kind of as we're on our way there and have
Bunko's
Bunko
with you at this point.
Okay, I want to tell Bunko to go lay low in case something bad happens.
How do you respond, Bunko?
Roger, roger.
Alright, so Bunko goes and where do you go escape to, Bunko?
I'm gonna go hide over here in the gallery, I guess.
Okay. All right. So you jump into the galley. I think like maybe there's like the smell of lunch still pungent in the air.
Disguise yourself as a refrigerator.
That would be Signal's duty. So yeah, and the other two of you stand. Ironically, just the two rangers stand outside the airlock. Do you guys have your guns drawn? What's going on?
I'm not gonna draw my weapon. I'm gonna stand there with my arms crossed. Going to wait to see what these Mandalorians are about.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my gun holstered.
All right.
Ready.
So there's like a minute, and then there's like a light that comes on the inside of the airlock, signaling that the airlock signal like request has been triggered, like somebody's wanting to open the airlock. You guys open up?
Yeah, I'll open it up.
Yeah.
I'll go over and be the first one to open it because I've got the most armor.
Okay, so the door slides open, and immediately on the other side, you see three figures in like full armor. They're standing there. Two of them with their weapons drawn, although they're not like pointed in your direction. Two of them have like gray-greenish tinted armor, and one of them has an off bluish color armor, and
I
they
assume
look
it's
a lot like them.
roughly Mandalorian styled armor.
Well. Oh, nice. Actual pictures.
Yeah, and so there's these three figures standing there in definitely full Mandalorian battle armor, and there's like this moment of pregnant kind of silence. Is like the two of you stare at the three of them, and the three of them stare at the two of you, and the one guy in the center, who has like some sort of weapon slung over his shoulder, and he's got like a pistol in his holster, steps forward. I don't know what it is you're doing in this system, but you've walked into quite a mess of trouble.
He's gonna kind of cross his arms and say, "What sort of trouble? Trouble from you?"
Don't play coy. You came here and you've been reconning the planet with your and he kind of like thumbs back to the like the back of the ship fighter, and there's kind of like almost you can't see anything like from behind his visor, but there's almost like a smirk. Everybody gets the feeling that he's making some sort of poke at the fact that the fighter is both very old and nobody really knows what sort of fighter this thing is. He says, "You're obviously not here by accident, but you're also obviously not with those on the planet. State your business."
Gonna look to Jin, kind of look back, and I'm gonna see what Jin says.
State your business. Obviously, you're not with the people on the planet either. Otherwise, we would probably be dead right now.
Roddick scoffs and says, "Not very likely," under his breath.
So yeah, like you guys are having this conversation like right at the airlock, and says, "It would be advisable if you had your recon craft dock. Perhaps we should talk. May we come aboard?"
Roddick thinks about it for a second.
You may come aboard, but I think our recon craft is staying out for now. Someone has to keep an eye on what they're up to.
Rayla, make another pass nearby area before you come back.
We have that covered, but very well. The leader like kind of turns to the guy in the other green helmet and nods to him.
I don't want Rayla to like go make a pass on the plan or anything. I just kind of wanted to stay in the area in case any, like Hurrik Dar ships show up or something.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of keep her eyes out.
All right. So he gestures to the guy in the green helmet, and he stalks off back somewhere into the ship. 1 second.
Maybe I'll get Bunko. And make sure that I attach my stun cuffs and tell her that Mandalorians are on board.
I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, like the third guy stalks off into some other part of the ship, and the other two kind of slowly step in. And the guy with the blue helmet holsters, I guess, slings his carbine. You are actively trying to hide your identity right now, right?
Not openly saying who we are just yet. I want to see if these people are crooked or on a level, and letting Jin feel them out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like really. I don't have any of my Sector Ranger stuff showing, but
make a deception check, both of you, please.
I smell cop on you. Oh god.
Roddick
Smell
has
cop on you.
a very particular way of standing.
Like some of those people in the Criminals movie, they immediately go, "He's a cop."
So where do you guys lead them? Like the two Mandalorians kind of follow you into the ship.
well, we kind of been using the mess as a meeting room, so I think we're gonna head over there.
Is that where Bunko's at?
Bunko's in the galley, which is right off the mess hall. So Bunko, like through the small little window in the door, you see Roddick and Chen walk through into the mess hall, and you hear like boots clanking, and you see two large armored figures walking through, very clearly Mandalorians.
Alright, I'm disguised as a chef, human chef.
It's sort of as we're like heading, kind of heading into the mess. I wanted to like flip my my communicator open and just like leave an open channel to Rayla so she can kind of hear everything that's going on.
All right. So what is Rayla doing outside? Are you?
I guess I'm just making a slow patrol as I was ordered to.
Yeah, you notice that there is a gun on the pursuer that isn't tracking your craft, but is now like actively, I guess active. Just it's warmed up. So you lead them into the mess hall, and the mess hall has like this really grand double row like viewport out into space. It's like it's a very spectacular thing.
User joined your channel.
And you can see the pursuer class literally just on the other side of the docking port, and I think like right outside of the window you can see like the red bloody mythosaur skull kind of like stamped onto the side of their ship. And you lead them into the mess hall, and they both kind of look. And do you gesture for them to? Does anybody sit?
I'm not gonna sit.
All right.
But I'm gonna say, all right. Well, if you're here to talk, let's talk.
So the guy in the green armor like definitely steps forward, and the guy in the blue armor you can tell is subservient to him. He says, I am Jatam of the Mandalorian Protectorate. and you are very clearly some sort of law enforcement. And he looks over the table at you.
Yes,
I'm not quite sure how you found out about this meeting, but if you're here, I need to know why you're here. We've been stalking this prey for a very long time. We can't have you go and mess things up at the last second.
Do I need to do anything to sense deception? I want to see if this guy's on the level, or if I can think he's on the level anyway.
As Jace kind of pointed out after the last session, the deception checks made to impart false information are made against your will score. So
okay.
It's actually a passive thing. It gets a little subtle between where things go between perception and deception. But for purposes of this, if you're actively trying to analyze this guy, I will let you roll a perception just to see what you get the take on this guy.
I think basically it'd be passive for you to figure out if he's lying to you, but active if you're trying to sense if he's someone disguised as a Mandalorian or something like that, right?
See if he's corrupt or something along the line. If he's grilling us, he's actually gonna open fire on us for being here to.
You probably have not really interacted with these people at all. You probably have seen them though, at least on the holo vids, and they have a really legendary reputation. You of course attribute that to the the vids, to the movies, but this guy seems to have some sort of larger than life bearing beneath his armor, and so does the other guy. They both have a very, very noticeable presence.
That absolutely believes
that definitely
Mandalorian.
is, definitely not forgeable in your eyes.
Yeah, he definitely believes Mandalorian armor is utterly inferior to Iotran armor, that's horribly overrated. So he's definitely not looking on that, but he's appreciating the people beneath it. Yeah, definitely.
Anyway.
He's taking him seriously.
So yeah, he introduces himself, and I'm going to say, well, we're Sector Rangers, and we caught a lead that this was going down off of an informant about a day ago, and we decided to head over here and try to gather as much intel as we could.
As you're speaking and opening up to him, it's very clear that his stance relaxes a little bit, especially when you identify yourselves as Sector Rangers. The Sector Rangers don't exactly have a history of working with the Protectorate, but the Protectorate actually has a very good reputation with most of the galaxy. During the Yuuzhan Vong War in particular, they faked joining the invaders, the Yuuzhan Vong, and they received a lot of flack for it, but they ended up strategically placing themselves on a bunch of occupied worlds and basically backstabbing the Vong at a very, very critical time. And it very possibly turned the war, and they're viewed as liberators in a lot of people's eyes. They fought very bloody battles to liberate people's planets, and not literally and just left afterwards. They've seen a major resurgence in recent decades, and while they're not a huge organization, they're definitely well respected. They don't have an official agreement with you guys, but that's mainly just because they don't like tying themselves down with treaties. And you know of several stories where Mandalorians from the Protectorate have worked with, after some sort of fashion, with Rangers on one matter or another, although usually not officially. So he definitely keeps his mind open as he's obviously listening. And he says, well, it seems you're very far afield, but I can't fault your dedication. Not many would come out here to Vendaxa, of all places, in search of justice.
Do you
That
have
is
some way to
precisely
get-
why we are here.
Do you have some way to get a specialist of ours to the planet without being detected? We had a plan, but it might change with your involvement.
What sort of specialist? We are here seeking, and he pauses, one of our own who has turned his back upon his brothers. We have no
pause with me.
formal interest with the rest of those on the planet, but we may be willing to work with you.
He nods and says, I warn you, this creature is particularly vile. Disgusting habits, and it has abilities that only amplify this effect, but it might be able to get the job done. I'll be
At this
right
point,
back, and I'll
Bungo,
go
do you
get
like walk
Bungo.
out of the galley?
Huh?
Do you choose this opportune moment to walk out of the galley? Because you can hear this whole conversation.
No, I'm staying in there.
Okay, all right.
Radek will come get you then. He'll come open it up and say, there's some people you need to meet. Even though he makes no
Yeah,
secret
so
of
Roddick,
his
you're very
last comment.
surprised to see a human chef in the galley.
His arms and says, little tamer is perhaps a good thing in this instance. I'm not sure how Mandalorians react to someone like you. And he'll
So I
You'll drag them in?
shape shift into a star sector ranger uniform.
All right, maybe that like rankles Roddick's hide just a little bit. What race are you?
I'm human.
Okay.
does, but he allows it, and he'll let you go in to meet the Mandalorians and the outfit,
Anyway,
just to
so-
maybe put them at ease.
I want to tell the Mandalorians that I know they have no love for the Hutt cartels either, and we're just here to gather information. So
You believe the members of the Hurrickdar to be working with the Hutts?
yeah, we have apparently there's a big meeting going down, and when it comes to big criminal activities, you know full well the Hutts are always involved.
There's definitely a moment of pause. You are definitely correct in assuming that the Mandalorians have no love lost with the Hutts. Like, the Hutts have at various times attempted to basically hire the Rangers as what would amount to be like hired thugs to track people down who have fled Hutt space and return them to them. But the Rangers have never agreed to this, knowing that they're going to see not justice in Hutt space. And you know that the Mandalorians, while often hiring out as mercenaries, they have never agreed to work with the Hutts since the Yuuzhan Vong War. And it's definitely created a very, very like energetic tension between the two. So he definitely listens.
Yeah, so there's some big criminal activity going down here that's no good for anybody. And any information you can provide us on that would be extremely helpful.
Maybe we can help look for your man if we can get on the ground.
He
Help in
nods,
that
and
regard could be useful.
I think the guy in the blue armor in the back is kind of like studying you, Roddick, a little bit longer than the rest of them. Like you think it's just like the hired help, or not the hired help, but like the muscle inspecting the other muscle. But the leader, Jacham, as he introduced himself, says, "Well, we are here seeking one known as Voran Nar. He was once part of our brotherhood, but has since fallen away from honor." And he takes out like a comm pad and slides it across the table, and it has like basically a full profile of this guy. He's human. It talks about his past with the Mandalorians and his past before joining the Mandalorians. Myself and my crew have been tasked by Mandalore herself to come here and see that he sees justice. We know that he works now as a hired thug for the one known as Eden Kreth. He is likely to be at his side at all times. We have been on station here for the better part of a day, monitoring as they have arrived. We received intelligence through sources, and he kind of like pauses, that our quarry would be here, although we had no idea that there would be so many arriving. We have counted 3 ships that have arrived thus far, not including your own. It seems they have been together on the planet for approximately, and he checks like a panel on his wrist, 3 hours.
Well, if we're gonna act, then we need to act quickly.
You said you had some sort of method of infiltrating, and he kind of like looks towards Bunko, who to him looks like a normal person.
No, right now, I want to say, well, we have a method of infiltrating now, and I want to take that little pad with like the description of the guy and everything, and just kind of hand it to Bunko.
All right. You want me to disguise as this guy?
Apparently, he's
Suppose you have anything to do about his voice, modulator or something of that sort.
All right.
So, what goes on?
I think you, good?
Do we know how many people are on the surface? Where they are mostly congregating?
We do not know how many precisely there are. We have sent reconnaissance ourselves, but have been able to ascertain only the basics of their encampment. It seems they have made use of a particular portion of the jungle and flattened it for their own purposes for this particular meeting. We're not sure how many there are, but they could be in some moderate number. He once again consults like a data pad. We have counted thus far the Fanar brand, a Gatrok class 720 freighter, capable of potentially sustaining several individuals. It is doubtless that Kreth and his ilk travel with bodyguards in some number. We have also detected the Teverus, although it was not currently listed as such. It is highly recognizable as a Bado-class star yacht. Believe this to be the personal transport of Corvano Atan. Lastly, the Indigo Ray. He pauses. This is a peculiar one. Not listed in many of the ship databases. Registered as an AEG-77 transport, although it registered more as a gunship to us. Believe this to be the Feline's ship, although it was not registered to her. Zolandra, I believe. There could be a dozen, perhaps more down there. We do not know.
And who is your brethren joined?
He guards Eden Kreth. We are told that he has been acting as his personal bodyguard for several months now. And I think there's like kind of a shared look of disgust that's like, it's so evident that you guys can detect it through Mandalorian faceplates as the two Mandalorians look at each other when they're talking about this guy.
And we're just seeking information here. We're not trying to arrest or kill anybody.
Well, your objectives are your own. We are here for Vuren Nar. We are willing to assist you how we can. You Rangers typically operate in honorable fashion. And while we believe we could handle them, there are a goodly number of them, and we are not sufficient in our intelligence in this operation to be certain. I believe it is tactically wise to pool our resources.
I want to sort of kind of talk towards Roddick and Bunko and say, Preth is a high-profile figure. Someone lots of people would want to get close to. For all he knows, maybe about a month ago, his favorite bodyguard was replaced with a shapeshifter. Maybe the real... what's the guy's name? Do we get his name?
Viren Nar. Very difficult pronunciation and spelling.
Maybe the real Viren Nar has come to get his revenge. What do you guys think?
I love that idea. I'm just saying.
Oh, that's great.
Other than can't talk, as Vilnar. Does he speak basic regularly to the rest of the group, or?
Jatan looks to you and he says he is fluent in basic. Do you know how to speak Mandalorian? And he's been giving you like a long look this entire time, like trying to size you up. Like, these people keep referring to you like as you have like some sort of special ability to disguise yourself that's thus far not been revealed.
No, I do not speak Mandalorian.
It may not come up. I do not think that Nar would begin honorable discourse with any of the ilk down there. I doubt very surely that any of them would know it.
I'm gonna say, well, Roddick has a helmet mic and a speaker system. Maybe there's some way we can rig that up.
Like, I think there's like a pause. It may be possible. Every Mandalorian Beskar is unique. It may not look so to you outsiders, but given close enough inspection, he kind of like gestures to his own chest plate where there's like a long scar. It looks like maybe like two claws that like ripped across the chest plate. And there's probably, he points up to like what is obviously like some sort of very, very high intensity energy weapon that went off right next to his visor. And you also see that like the plates are slightly different amongst their armor, as well as the coloring and stuff. It would be problematic to attempt to replicate his armor in most normal fashion.
Replicating the armor isn't a problem.
Yeah, actually, is that something Bunko can do? Can Bunko replicate like outfits like that, or
But
just?
He can look like it.
Okay.
Yeah, he looked like
The
my
only
outfit's
problem is the voice, and that was what Roddick was getting, or you were getting at. If you were wearing some sort of helmet or something, maybe you could, but then at the same time you wouldn't be able to shapeshift it. So there's
Well, not necessarily a helmet, but maybe like rig it up as like a collar or something kind of thing, you know? To
maybe you could get something rigged to potentially get your voice to change. It would be very difficult. I don't think anybody here has built something like that, but it might be feasible.
Well, I want to look across the table and ask him if he has a spare helmet that we could borrow.
There's a look. It might be possible.
It's better if I just mute myself. If I have to shapeshift to something else, now I have a helmet that I have to carry around.
So you intend to infiltrate the meeting place. We are not exactly sure how long they will be there. One ship itself has been here for the better part of a day. They may yet be waiting on more. We are not sure. Once you infiltrate, what is your plan?
The plan is to. I think the best plan is to get in, find. What's his name again?
Varen Nar?
Varen Nar. Find Varen Nar. Take him with us. Take him with us as the real Varen Nar's prisoner. And I'm going to kind of look knowingly at Bunko with that. Return him to you. Leave our agent behind to shift into another form and gather some info on the meeting. And once the meeting's over, we all pack up and head out.
He nods and he says, "A very clever plan. If it proceeds the way you think it will, we will be netting our prey, and you will get your information, and they will be none the wiser. This may be doable, although we may have to act quickly. There is no telling how long they will remain upon the surface."
Well, we're overheating our drives as it is to keep our transponder masked, so the sooner we get in, the better.
There's like kind of a snort beneath his helmet. So our pilot noticed.
We couldn't
right.
be sure of your alignment until now. I'll kind of,
What do you say,
apologize
Bunko?
A
over
sensible
Sound like something
precaution,
you can
he
do?
says.
I'll get the job done.
All right, so I think we're gonna end tonight's session there with you guys concocting a very, very daring but extremely clever plan to go down there, impersonating a Mandalorian super commando, wanted by the rest of the Mandalorians. Find him, incapacitate him, and take him as prisoner. Convince the others that he was the fake, and to bring him back. I have to admit I like it.
Yeah, I think it's better than our last plan. So
Yeah, I think it's considerably better than the last plan. And sorry, Sprint,
Rayla,
again.
we definitely against busting in on at least 3 other starships that are larger than ours. Well, I don't know how big they are. I looked them up. They sound big.
I think the Mandalorians are definitely going to want to talk next session about a contingency plan should things go to shit, and should
Oh, they won't go to shit.
should
Of course
an
they
assault should an assault be warranted to extract a certain shapeshifter. But
This mission sounds really easy.
we'll go over that next week. So yeah, that was
next week is going to be one hell of a session. That's for sure.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Bunko,
Yeah,
you've had very little
very
to do, but
definitely.
I'm having a feeling that next week you're
You'll
going to
be busy.
probably be wishing you had less to do. Especially given
I guess
what's
I
on
should
Vendaxa.
enlighten myself on starship rules for next session.
Yeah, we'll go
I
over that.
filled
I'm
in
gonna-
my skills on your starfighter.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the way they're supposed to be or not, but
Is there any experience?
Yep. I'm gonna do
We're
that
getting
right
there.
now.
Please let me know if it's more than 200.
It's going to be more than 200.
All right, and I don't have a language problem.
Do you spend like the next hour fervently learning Mandalorian from the Mandalorians?
No, I'll speak basic, but I can speak now with a male voice.
Okay.
I can impersonate him now.
We're just talking to Mandalorians, and all of a sudden your voice drops, and you're like, "Hey, I got it."
Yeah. No, I can't do that. Sorry.
All right, so I'm gonna say for successfully getting off of Drunkenwell without causing another police incident and involving the riot squad, for leaving Drunkenwell and successfully getting to Vendaxa, and to successfully this is where the most of the recon or most of the points are coming from, for successfully reconning Vendaxa, and not getting into a fight with the Mandalorian super commandos. You ostensibly bypassed what could have been a very bad encounter. You guys are going to get 400 XP.
thank you.
Righto.
I know that'll probably level Bunko, since Bunko said something about 200. And I think session 4 is going to be very, very interesting as a covert mission on the jungle world of Vendaxa takes place to infiltrate the the black market meeting.
Hopefully we
Yeah.
don't need to knock Bunko unconscious anymore.
Yeah,
Poor
that was
Bunko.
locked in a cell with